Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and a podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. You can join us here. Yes, we are live tonight as I'm getting crowded out for all of those on the video side. You'll see that. For those that are listening to us on Spreaker, you know, if you have an opportunity, get over to YouTube. You're going to see something that you're probably only going to see once a year. That's right. It is the month of November, and that means Movember kicks in. For those that don't know, Movember is an organization that raises money for male cancer research and prevention. So the rule is, and I've done this 2 years in a row, but I haven't gone to this extreme, and we're going to show you here in a little bit. If you notice, I'm missing something here. But, of course, that wasn't enough. I mean, if I could shave my whole body to stamp out cancer, I definitely would. But one of the guys that I follow, Barnacle Nerdgasm, sent out a video today, a call, a shout-out. And he has started a group out there. And that's the URL, http://moteam.co. There is no M, so it's .co, Barnacle's Nerdgasm. Also, it is listed in with the video. There's a link to his team site. And so how this works is during the month of November, on the first day of November, you shave your beard, your mustache, and then you cannot shave until the end of November. Pretty simple, eh? Well, some of you guys noticed I got rid of my stripes, which I know that, you know, kind of getting into the wolf pack, but I didn't think that was enough. And so I wanted to show my solidarity to Barnacles and also to help stamp out cancer. It's a horrible disease. So I took it a step further, and if you notice, I'll just take the headphones off. This is probably the only time you're going to see me without a hat on. And I was told that I could do this as long as I wore a hat. So that's pretty good in my family because that's all I do is wear a hat. So here you go. That is right. We are completely shaved. Kind of sexy. I kind of like it, actually. Kind of like it. And like I said, I would shave my whole body if I knew it would take care of cancer. And that's for a good cause. Get over there and check them out. If you guys got time, you don't have to donate, give any money or anything. Just, you know, shave the beard. Shave, and then tell people why you're doing it. Get the word out. But it's for Movember. If you want to join a team to help raise money and awareness for cancer research, you know, get there. The URL is actually linked to in our YouTube, and also it is up there on the screen at moteam.co/Barnacles. That's for those that are listening on the radio. It's spelled BARNACULES Nerdgasm, NERDGASM. And while you're over there at Barnacles, look him up on YouTube. Pretty funny guy. I've been following him for a few years now and enjoy his stuff, especially us technology geeks. So without further ado, we're going to get into tonight's show and move on into that. Now, I will tell you, tonight is going to be, it's a first for us here at the Midnight Ocean. And it is a subject that I am very, very interested in. I was hoping since I moved into Florida that I would have an opportunity. And as we talk with our guest tonight, maybe she's going to tell me that might not be the best thing. But if you're joining us on Facebook, we have a special message for you there at the bottom. We probably get disconnected before the night's over with. We cannot reconnect once we're disconnected, so you will have to join us on YouTube. You can also follow us on Twitter at the MN Ocean. That's Twitter at the MN Ocean. And of course, if you're on YouTube, you can follow us by typing in the Midnight Ocean. But of course, you already know that. The main thing is if you are here on our site, please hit that subscribe button. That means so much to us. We are so close to breaking 300 in 2 months. It's incredible. It's incredible the amount of subscribers we have gained. And also, if you can get out there, there's Spreaker and help us because we have an opportunity to go on iHeartRadio, which is huge for a podcast to actually get on iHeartRadio before they have radio sponsorship. And we have some more information about radio sponsorship coming up here in the next couple of weeks. Don't want to let the cat out of the bag, but that is coming as well. But of course, I'd like to say I was a podcaster and got on iHeartRadio before we had a radio sponsorship. Well, last night was a great show. I thoroughly enjoyed it. One of the things that we did do is if you go to our YouTube page, you will see that we have links. What I've done is I've taken the 4 audio programs. We have 28 in total in this set of the Dark Fantasy series, 1941. Scott Bishop was a writer for that at WKY in Oklahoma City. But what we're doing is we're converting those over to YouTube videos by themselves. So they're about 24-minute long segments. So if you're a old-time radio kind of guy or gal and you like that kind of stuff, get over there and take a look at them. It's pretty cool. I thoroughly enjoyed putting those and producing those and getting those out to you guys. And we will probably release about 4 a day. And after that, we have a whole nother series coming up. Well, you guys are not here to listen to that. You're here to listen to our guest who is waiting ever so patiently on the phone. But let me give you a little bit of information about Samantha or Sam Ritchie. Started as a Bigfoot researcher in 2013, once a non-believer. She has had numerous life-changing encounters with not only the Sasquatch, but with over-the-top experiences such as coming face-to-face with strange glowing light portals and orbs hovering over the ground, capturing on video and photos strange entities that appeared ET in nature and possibly connected to that of the Sasquatch. So without further haste, our very special guest who has been waiting ever so patiently on the phone, Samantha Ritchie. Hi, Samantha. How are you? Welcome to the show.
Hey, pretty good, Jeff. Yeah.
All right. I appreciate it. And sorry for that long intro that you normally are not that long, but we're doing a special cause, raising money for cancer awareness. So I had to do that plug and everything. So
that's okay. 4 hours is a long stretch.
It is. We have plenty. Well, that's the thing is I just want to, we do a 4-hour show because I want to make sure sometimes some topics, we don't even we scratch the surface about 4 hours, believe it or not. And they always come back. I always want to make sure that our guests have plenty of time and opportunity to explain and talk about their subject matter. So, well, where do we start? I guess the beginning, right? Is that how that usually works?
Pretty much. I mean, it's, and the subject is Bigfoot, but it just seems like it's the story that becomes kind of the small part of the story as so much it is myself.
Sure.
And I think the things associated with myself is probably what's attracted me to the Bigfoot toward me. But yeah. I kind of like to get into that story from the beginning, so background information is always helpful. I was raised actually right now I'm in the state of Washington and I have a cabin, and I'll get into that out in the Cascade Mountains, and that's where I've had all my interactions. But I initially started out being raised in Kentucky, and I think early on, one of the things that helped me as I was growing up, we were moved to an area where on the edge of town where there was actually a large acreage of woods or forests that were there. And I after school, I would go out. And so I developed an intense desire to be around nature quite a bit. So I think that started developing kind of an affinity towards that, towards being really understanding and appreciating things that have to do with it. I'd actually go out and rake trails and actually create kind of like a park-like setting, go camping out there, and just really thoroughly enjoyed doing that after school on the weekends. And so as time went on, about the time I was 13, I developed a severe illness, and woke up one morning and I had excruciating pain in my leg. And I was taken to the hospital, and it turned out to be a very rare illness. They didn't know at the time it was a staph infection. And long story short, I was in the hospital for almost 2 months, and at one point midway, I was near death. So I was actually, I had kind of a near-death experience. And, you probably have heard of people that once they experience that, then all of a sudden there's things that go on the rest of their life that become of a paranormal nature. And I'm probably no exception to that. And because a lot of things change, the parts of my personality tend to change. My hair kind of fell out. It was coarse and straight, and it came out kind of curly. So, so time progressed, and of course, I don't want to belabor the whole point of the background and everything, but I'm just picking the key points.
I think it's important though, because there's elements to this, and you're absolutely right. And I think the listeners need to hear this, that your experience, because I think there's elements of that where we would normally, to a non-believer or a person who's just getting into this, kind of brush that aside, but that might be a key factor in all of this. So
yes, and I was a very spiritual person too, so that kind of added to it. And I had this intense desire to learn, intense desire to know where we were headed and who we are. So kind of the questions that most normal children are not playing and things. I'm actually in the woods and looking at the stars, wondering, what trying to make some sense of everything. So that kind of drew a desire as I grew up. And of course I got married a couple of times. I had kids, and 3 kids. And, so we moved around a little bit with my intermediate family, my spouse and the kids. And we actually moved from, at the time, I think I was in Washington State the first time I got married, and was there for a while. And then we made our way to North Carolina. And what's interesting is during the time of the 80s, while I was in Washington and got married, I for the first 10 years in my 20s, actually through my entire 20s, I worked as a janitor and at a factory. And, it's very limited income and things of this nature. And then that's about the time the computer craze came in. And so I bought myself a computer and a Radio Shack color computer and taught myself programming. And for some reason, I had this intense aptitude that was allowed myself to teach. Within 6 months, I was writing long, complex programs. Well, that led into me working with an associate that had a business and on a mini mainframe. And before long, I was writing 4GL systems, basically programs that program themselves. And that led into, at some point, there was a client we had in North Carolina, and I moved there. So with this garage operation, basically, in 1992, they started the 5 of us, and I was the one that wrote the background programming for the system. The company started out with about $10,000 a month. And after 25 years now, it's closer to $900 million. Huh. So it's a major company out on North Carolina in Greensboro, and and I ended up being the vice president. And I guess I'm mentioning that from a credibility standpoint, but I've been with the company ever since, still with it, and as vice president, research and development, and currently just a senior advisor for the company. So that basically is my day job that pays what I'm doing with what I'm currently doing right now.
Yeah.
So at some point while I was in North Carolina, my dad had gotten a stroke, and it really kind of affected me because my family was there. I decided we should move back there. And during that time, this was about 1997, and we stayed there for about 5 years, long enough for me to actually decide to get into the restaurant business, open that up, and got to know the town folk and everything. So that was an interesting experience, because I had the resources from this other this job that I have, and But after 5 years, something was drawing me back to Washington State. I still felt this intense draw. I don't know if it was the mountains. It was a kind of a spiritual connection with the place. I flew back. I had cashed out on some stock that I had, and we were sitting on it. And so what should I do? So I was either going to buy a house, an investment in Kentucky, or go to Washington State. So I decided to fly out there one day, and within 10 days, I said, we got to come back here. So found the house, and then we moved in 2002, packed up the family, and moved back to Washington State. So that was the beginning of my reconnecting with something drawing me out toward the mountains. And so during that time, as time progressed, I was telecommuting basically, because I could actually work on the computer, on a laptop, or a cell phone, wherever it was. So I would sit in a Starbucks and do that. But I decided, I think I'm just going to take drives out closer to the mountains. So I'd go to the foothills and actually look out the window and look at the foothills of the mountains at this town closer to that than where I was at in Tacoma. And so that went on for a while, and I kept doing it more often. And then at some point I came across some traumatizing situations in 2007. I think first it had to do with myself. It was some crisis. I would call it a crisis of self, basically. Mm-hmm. And that rocked me to the core. I won't get into the details of that necessarily, but of a gender nature, basically, and that's not the focus of the story at all. But and then right after that, my dad passed away. So in August, and then the very next month, my spouse Toby went to the hospital, and there was terminal cancer, a tumor.
Wow. So
all this hit at the same time. So the next 3 years, the doctor said, we got about 3 years. So I spent the next 3 years, we were actually trying to find alternative treatment. So there would be a trip to Texas to go across the border to Mexico to a clinic there. And had actually bought a house in Del Rio to accomplish that. While I was staying up in Washington State, Toby would be down there doing the treatments. So while I was in Tacoma, I was all by myself at that point. The kids moved out. And so I took the opportunity to actually go to that little town where I was, doing the telecommuting. And I says, I need to drive. I need to go a little bit deeper. So I took a drive, and I made it all the way down on the highway, mountain highway road, and came to this place called Greenwater. And it was like a perfect little mountain village that you ever find on the apex between two rivers, there, the White River and the Greenwater River, and just fell in love with the place. And so during that time, while Toby was in Texas, I just made almost twice a week, I would go out there and do a little work and hang out. And there's something about the energy of that place was really very, very strong. It was kind of affecting me almost on a psychic level. So ultimately, the treatments in Mexico weren't working. So we had to pack things up and sell out in Texas, and Toby had to go back to North Carolina for treatments and be around the family,
Sure.
And just got using conventional treatment. It just wasn't working, and they gave Toby a year to live. So we lost insurance, and it's around that time when this whole thing with the insurance was just exploding left and right with these companies. So I had to no other choice but to move Toby back to Washington State in the final 3 months of life, and that was in 2010. So once Toby passed away, exactly 6 years ago, actually, then that kind of led into that really hit me. And then I really started going out and hanging out in the mountains at that point. And so I decided I needed to stay out here. Even though I had the house in Tacoma, I really need to be connected to nature out in this part of the world. And so I was able to locate, one day I found an RV and purchased it right off the lot. That was in the tavern area, and rented the lot that was nearby. So I was able to have a place to stay for the next year. So that's where the story goes, is now that I'm there permanently, things start to happen. You know. So while I was there, I went to the general store one day and met this gal named Barb Shoup. And she started talking to me. As a matter of fact, they had a glass counter case down below, and I'm looking down there and I'm seeing these gigantic footprints. They're actually cast footprints. And I said, "What's this all about?" And she said, "Oh, well, that's those are replica casts of Bigfoot." And I said, "No." So, first of all, my only exposure to Bigfoot at that point was, I do remember in the 70s, the thing about a creature walking across the creek bed. That would have been the Patty film.
Yeah.
And I watched Harry and the Hendersons, which I thought that was a fabulous movie. It was mythical, but I thought it was cool. And I had no comprehension that, this was just fake. Someone just faked the footprints or whatever. So I started talking to them. I said, no. And then Barb started relaying her experiences of actually seeing one run across the field. She was up on one of the trails and saw a group of elk running by. And next thing you know, there's this dome-headed, two-legged creature running, chasing them down the way. And her first thought was, we don't have any apes in Washington State. And then it occurred to her it was Bigfoot.
I can appreciate that, and I can appreciate your skepticism, and I think it's important. And I'm glad that you're honest, because I'm the same way. I'm a guy. I had Brad Olson on the show, and we were talking about UFOs. And Brad Olson, of course, is very well known for his esoteric series, and he's been on, a lot of the alien shows on History Channel and as a guest commentator and stuff. And he was like me. He's like, until I can actually get in the craft, fly it and crash it, I'm not going to believe in UFOs. But I will tell you this, about 2 weeks ago now, we were sitting out in our backyard here in Florida, right on the Gulf. We live right on the Gulf in the Nature Coast. And we saw a craft, all four of us. I got witnesses. I got, recordings of what they saw. All four of us saw a craft fly over us, make no sound, no lights, shimmering, reflecting, kind of like you could see through it, like it was cloaked, but you could see that there was a form there. And ever since then, I'm a believer. I mean, I've always wanted to believe, and there's a difference between wanting to believe and actually believing. And I will tell you that when you see it, I can have all the best guests in the world. I can have the Stanton Friedmans, credible, reputable people in science. I can have all of those people tell me that these things do exist. But it wasn't until I actually saw it that now I'm on board. I dedicate a 4-hour radio show every night to these topics. And, and that's actually, we're coming up on our break, Samantha. So, but, that was one of the hopes that I had, that moving to the Nature's Coast here in Florida, because we have the skunk man. They call it the skunk man, I guess he's apparently seen here in this area, but we'll go into that a little bit further when we get back from talking from our break here, as we talk with our very special guest, Samantha Ritchie, and we're getting into the meat and potatoes. Hey, what I've got sitting up there, and that just goes to show you, if you heard Samantha's story, and my father, and I want to give a shout out to Joe and Raymond, who have all been affected by this thing called cancer. And that's why we are dedicating the month of November to Movember, and more details on that to come.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show podcast and podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. I wish you guys could see what I could see. I got this, our backdrop there with Sasquatch. I just looked over at my 56-inch screen, and that thing is blown up. It kind of shocked me there for a minute and stuff. Not something that you probably want to see in real life. And we're going to talk with Samantha Ritchie, our guest, here in a few minutes, and we're getting there. Just bear with us. We got to take care of a little bit of business. So this month is the month of Movember, not November. It is Male Cancer Awareness Month. And we are joined together to help raise money for cancer awareness and prevention. I think that's critical too, the prevention part. And the way that we do it is that we shave on the 1st of November. We shave all of your facial hair, and then you can't shave until the end of November. Well, of course, I took it one step further, and as you guys have seen or have not seen, especially those that are joining us now in the second segment, I don't have any hair. I was told I was forbidden to shave my eyebrows. I was told that can happen, but you can't tell because they're blonde. So, no, it's for a good cause. We have links if you want to join up with a team. The team that I joined up with is a podcaster that I thoroughly enjoy. His name is Barnacules Nerdgasm. It's all things geek. And so he's got a team, and we have that link on our YouTube page. We're going to be putting together a segment. Yes, I did record the shaving of the hair and everything. I'll put that video up in a few minutes. Well, after the show, in a few hours. And then we'll have all the links and all the details and information. But it's a great cause, man. If you have ever been affected by cancer, your family, anything like that, it's a horrific disease. I know my father is going through it now. Our next door neighbor, Joe, is going through it. My other mother, husband, as we would say, my Raymond is going through it, and it is just a devastating disease, and we need to do everything possible, not only to cure it, but also prevention. I think that's very, very critical. And the movement here in Movember is a great organization. Check them out. They have very high rankings as far as organizations such as this. But that is enough of that. Let's get back to our guest. So, Samantha, you were saying, and I do have to apologize. I actually, in the queue, I left the N off your name, and we have corrected that. I've fired my teleprompter guy, and we've had a long discussion. I yanked him into the office. We fixed it, but he's no longer with the company.
I don't want to be responsible for that.
No, I was joking. It was me. I'm a one-man shop here. So
okay.
I wish I could fire myself. No, and I do apologize. I just wanted to apologize.
That's okay.
Someone said, "Hey, you spelled her name wrong," and I'm like, "Oh." So it was in the and like I said, I do apologize for that. So you have moved into this little town. You met with Barb. Now, Barbara, that name sounds real familiar.
Yeah, she's actually fairly popular. At this point, she has a YouTube channel called Barb and Gabby.
Oh, okay.
And, I believe she has over 5,000 subscribers on her YouTube channel.
Okay.
So, and she's been on several smaller radio shows, or I would call them the podcast too.
Yeah.
And, but she's been very instrumental, of course, in the ongoing story with myself and our activities, as we went on.
Yeah.
But at this point in time, so I'm probably talking around 2012, that she's showing me this stuff from the general store, and with footprints and everything, and then of course relating the story about what she saw. She saw the running thing, the running Bigfoot. So I'm taking it with a grain of salt. Up to that point, I hadn't had any experiences, and like you were talking about having a healthy amount of skepticism, So, and I had just got, honestly, one of the things that happened to me for, I would say, about a 35-year period. I I didn't realize it at the time, but after I got out of it, I had to admit that I was part of a religious cult. And it really bothered me about how much mind control it had over me until I was actually to clear my head and get out of it. So, for someone just to claim that they saw something and for me to just simply believe it, I certainly at that point in time was not in the mood to actually go along with every story that someone said.
Sure.
Necessarily.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, you got a lot of things running through your head right now. I mean, I'm sure this is mind blowing to you, just trying to stay in the now with everything that's going on in your life. I mean, I can imagine, I can see that. It's like the last thing I want to do
I went through a lot of trauma too because of all the death and the cancer and the death of my dad and then just various things and it's just tearing me up apart inside about that time. So I was going through a lot of emotional issues too, you know. Yeah. And
then you get thrown in this esoteric stuff and you're like, I ain't got room for this. I have no more brain.
Well, that's where the story gets weird is so I'm kind of hearing this and I'm kind of ignoring it a little bit, you know, during this time period. But then the strange things start happening. And I had to actually, hang on a second. My mind just ran a little fog tonight, so I had to actually refer to my own book to kind of remember some of these events. Because thankfully I put things together in a chronological order. But there was something going on with respects. I will have to say this one. I had a friend who was an Indian. I think she was Chehalis Indian. I think it's Chehalis, I believe. Anyway, she was a friend and went down, and we went to Ocean Shores one day for a visit. And this is just right after Toby had passed away. And while we're going along, this woman basically had she could see things. Basically, she could actually you know, from a channeling standpoint, things like that, you know. And while we were driving along, she was in the front seat with me. I was just coming near Pacific Beach, and says, "Oh, there's somebody in the back seat." I said, "What are you talking about?" I says, "Well, there's someone's there with us, you know, a spirit or something." And I says, "Oh, well, you need to describe." And then all of a sudden, she proceeds to describe how this person is dressed and everything like that. And before I realized it, I says, "You know, that sounds a lot like Toby," you know. And then all of a sudden, she started asking questions of me about things that only Toby would know. I don't remember the specific question, but it just really was shocking when she started telling me certain things that only Toby would have known. And the hair started crawling up the back of my neck and everything. And I'm thinking, I was still kind of under this religious, ideas that I had, things like that from my prior how I was raised and everything religiously. So, I said, well, I need to, I need proof. And he says, this could be a demonic entity or something like that. You know, there's always blaming the demons and stuff whenever stuff like that happens. So we pull up to Pacific Beach and I'm it's kind of a cloudy day, but the sun's out. So I said, I just got to have some kind of proof that what's going on is going on. And then all of a sudden, the second I said that, I looked up in the sky, and the numbers in the clouds formed distinct numbers in 2213. And I actually documented that. I actually took a picture of it right then and there and put it in my book. And you can tell it's 2213.
So that picture is actually in your book, which, by the way, we have listed on your guest page tonight. People can click and purchase that book directly from Amazon on your guest page. So that is actually in your book, that cloud.
Yes. Mm-hmm. All right. And it's very, very odd because it was very distinct and it was shocking to me. And I'm thinking, so what do you do? And we're at the beach, of course, and we're heading back to the hotel where there's internet access. What do you do when you get numbers? Well, You just simply go and get online and go and Google and see what they mean.
Yeah.
You know, so,
put it in the ever knowledgeable Oracle Googler.
you know, I put in 22 space 13 because it was separated by kind of a little distance between the two sets of numbers. Do you know what the first reference came up was?
Well, I just put it in the ever old knowledgeable Googler and came up with Revelations 22:13.
You're absolutely correct. And what does that say?
I am the Alpha and the Omega. The first and the last. Yep.
Beginning and the end. That was that first awesome message I got. And I was blown away by that.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
So that kicked off a whole series of things that started revealing themselves to me, which ultimately had to do with a psychic connection I was developing, or that was waking up within me. And I will say that around this time, too, I started seeing numbers. I started seeing 666 everywhere I went. I would see it on, I would go and order food, and the receipt would come up and $6.66.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would go, well, not necessarily the clock or anything like that. License plates would show up. ABC 666. You know,
I've experienced that. I mean, I've experienced that too. When you look at clocks and it's like 11:11, it's always, or you wake up and it's always 222 or something like that.
Right.
I've always attributed that. It's kind of like, how do you say this? When you buy a new car, right? And you go out and you buy this new car, and then you drive it off the lot, and the next thing you know, you're thinking that you're the only one that has this color car, this style, whatever, and you see 20 of them in the same day. And
yes.
Do you really, I mean, I guess my thing is for me, and I've talked to neuroscience, and they said it's because your perception has changed. You have opened yourself up to viewing that, where things would just normally go by you in a blur. I mean, it's not that how do I say it? They're always there. It's just that you never, your perception, when you perceive it's not that you're looking for them, but now that your perception's changed and you are now cognitive of those things, you look for them, or you actually see them.
Yes, I wish I had documented all the different times that I saw it, but they would occur like close to 12 to 20, 15 to 20 times a day.
Oh, yeah. See it. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
And one time, there was it's still on the internet, and I came across a number calculator that would actually you could input a name, and it would spit out a 3-digit number.
Sure.
And if you put in like Jesus Christ, it came out with 888, for instance. You put in Henry Kissinger, it came up with 666. And it came certain other words that came up. I'm not picking on Henry Kissinger. And then I used my current name, and, Samantha Ritchie. And it came up with an odd name. It says, well, let me, and then I said, as I said, that's not my original birth name. Yeah. And I says, well, let me try putting in my original birth name. And the minute I did it, because I had put in a whole bunch of names and stuff, I said, maybe I should put the name of my boss in there. No, it didn't come up with 666. I don't know. Not that he's a bad guy or anything like that. I just, but he isn't. He's a great person, actually. But I put in, and then I says, well, let me put in my old name. And what came back?
What?
666.
666. See,
back for my old name.
Yeah, but how do they calculate that out?
It has something to do with the numbers, the ASCII value of the number, and then it goes through some kind of old calculation with that. But anyway, it was more about the fact that the number kept coming up, and then and what happened was, it started to change though. The numbers started changing. Huh. Because what I noticed was when I started changing my review, I started pulling away from old religious dogmas.
Sure.
And started opening up to more ideas about consciousness, about connectedness, and about things that have to do with the true state of reality from a quantum thing. And as I started moving towards this side of spirituality, all of a sudden the numbers I started seeing were 44 and 444. And then that's where it got extremely intense. I was seeing it everywhere.
See, and
even today.
I mean, I get that. And it goes back to like my neurologist said, because I had a guest on here. His name was Chris Gogos. Chris Gogos. He's a fairly well-known numerologist and alchemist. And it was amazing. He did my numbers and stuff. And I have family members that listen to the show. And I said, give me the good, give me the bad. Tell me. And he did all, and he was dead on. The guy was dead on. And like I said, I followed up with some of my scientific buddies, guys that teach, neurology and different things and about cognitive sciences, because that's my background. It's the cognitive science. Well, part of my background. I'm a software engineer as well, but I wrote AI systems. So, and predictive analysis systems and things that are used in telecom today. To this day, they're still being used. And so I called a couple of them and they said it's that whole perception thing. And there's nothing wrong with it because the world. I don't know about you, but now when I look at a leaf, I see Fibonacci. I see the golden rule. I see the sequence, and that's, and I think what happens is when people be like yourself and become aware of, they start seeing those things, and then those messages start coming to them. Because I can tell you, in the 2 short months that I've done this, I get hit all. I'm like you. I get hit all the time. Mine's not numbers. For me, it's messages. I actually get little messages of where I'll be sitting there, and I've been doing some meditation stuff and trusting my higher self, and I'll flat out just get a message say, "Don't do that. Do this." Don't. And literally, and I've done it, and it's always worked. It is so far. Knock on wood. Sandy's like, how are you doing this? And it's like, aren't you nervous? Because going from, you're a software person. I'm from that side of the business going to doing podcasts. Podcasting is not a profitable business, and by no stretch of the means. And it's like, don't worry about it. I don't worry about it. And sure enough, money will show up in the PayPal account where I didn't even know it. And that's the kind of, I get it. I get it. You have events that have made you aware, and you're more aware. And, wow, it's amazing. It really is.
Well, it just, sometimes I wonder, you talk about perception. Maybe I just looked at the clock at the wrong time or anything, but sometimes you wonder, because it's like, when I jump in the car, maybe the perception is so strong that I jump in the car, and even like this morning, it's 8:44. Yeah. And then I stopped. I would actually literally would get in the car at 8:44. I'd drive somewhere, and then the timing is such where by the time I got to the second location, it was 9:44.
Yeah, but how many times? And I'm not. But like I said, my neurologist buddies and my cognitive science guys. How many times that you looked at that clock? Because when you drive, you scan the instrument panel, and you're really not aware of what you're doing. And then when you see that 44, though, because that's that number that you're looking for, when you see that, you're like, boom. And
well, that would be true if you're just simply looking at the clock, which I do at times, probably unconsciously looking at the clock. But the thing that's really striking is that you're actually stopping, and then you're turning your keys off, and it's 44.
It's 44. Okay. So there's events.
The locations at 44.
Yeah.
And it was driving me crazy, and literally, it wouldn't be just simply looking at the clock. It would be, I'd drive down look at the back of the store, and all of a sudden there's this dumpster, and it has 8 4s on it.
Now, why would that drive you? Why would that, Samantha? Why would that drive you crazy?
It wasn't. It was like you're getting shocked by messages. It's like your sense of reality is being shocked because the law of probability is thrown out the window because all of a sudden you're seeing these numbers all the time. And a matter of fact, it wasn't driving me crazy. It was just, how many times you're going to get awed in a day before it starts getting tiresome, And then what you're starting to look for is there, and that's what I'm going to get into about that. But one funny story I'm going to say real quick because, since we're getting this discussion, and it's important actually, is I wanted to get away from looking at the clock. So I got in the car. We had what we call a canoe race. I call it the Lonesome Lake Canoe Race up in near Greenwater. And so I don't have the clock on me. I don't have to worry about looking at numbers or anything. So I'm walking up these two people, this lady who's kind of like overseeing it with this other fella, the races. And he's actually keeping track of the time and everything. He has a watch on. So the minute I walk up to him and she asked him and says, I forgot his name, Taylor, what time is it? And says, oh. So he just turns his watch toward, says, oh, 11:44. And says, oh, that's funny. That was the same time I asked you the last time I asked you. It was 10:44. And I just happened to walk up and hear that.
Yeah. I
mean, it was just blowing me away.
Wow.
And when you walk past license plates that have ABC, whatever, the first 444, 333, 222 in a row, and you start seeing, this is kind of how frequently I'm seeing. I'm seeing 10 times a day. So the thing that, long story short, what was starting to become apparent to me was, what was I doing when I saw these numbers? What was I feeling?
Yeah.
And then it struck me that I was starting to feel, I had an intuitive, why did I see that number? I felt the intuitive, something psychic that was drawing my attention towards the numbers. And actually, I think it was actually training me. Because when it comes to the Sasquatch or the Bigfoot, it had everything in the world for me to develop that intuition to know when they're there. Okay. And that's why I want to get into that a little bit.
So it's actually, okay. So, and we'll probably, let's stop the conversation there because we're coming up on a break and I want to make sure we give you the full time. So you actually think that this is all a training process, to get you ready for the next evolution, the next step.
I think what I think it was to shock me enough, not shock me, but make me understand that what we think is reality is not the true reality, and that something intelligent was drawing my attention to the fact there's something more.
Yeah.
And was preparing me for the next step.
Yeah. I mean, I can see that. Like I said, since I started doing these shows, so you understand my background. I think I'm a lot like you in that regard. That I'm a skeptic. I'm a science. I'm a computer science guy, self-taught, just like you are or were, and everything. And so for me, it's ones and zeros, black and white, and that's how my life has always been. Is that there is no gray with me. It's either black or white. And then when I started to do, I was always a fan of the classic Art Bell and stuff like that, because as a software developer, we worked late at night. Art Bell was the only guy that talk radio that was on, and he had interesting topics, and they kept you up as you were writing code. And so, but I never really, I was always the guy go, man, these guys are fools. These guys are idiots. Can you really believe this? I mean, can you, I remember the airplane flying into Area 51. Art, do you really believe a guy called you from an airplane flying? Number one, cell towers weren't developed to that point where they had the range. There's no cell towers out there. I know that you have the height and its line of sight, but the wattage on the cellular phones back then were no, there's a lot of technical. And so I was the skeptic, right? The skeptic. But now that I've done these shows, I can tell you, like the experience you have, I think, like you being prepped, being prepared for these messages and for what's next. And for me, though, and that's why I asked that question earlier. I wasn't being critical. I was saying, you've had clouds line up and form numbers, the alpha, the omega, the beginning, the end. So why would you question seeing 44 over again? And that's kind of like with me too. I've had some pretty crazy things happen to the point now where I don't even question. But we're talking with our very special guest, Samantha Ritchie. We're going to get into, we kind of got the backstory. Now we're going to get into the main course here as we talk about Sasquatch, Bigfoot, and Samantha will share with us those stories. It's going to be interesting. If you have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat room. But you're listening to the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
Out of the fires of war have come countless stories of strange and incredible events. Many of these science has dismissed as the fabrications of minds overwrought by the excitement of battle. But in the reputable English periodical The National Message may be found a report by one Captain Cecil W. Haywood, which can scarcely be explained away so easily. However tense the battle,
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is interesting. I don't know how that one slipped in there. You know, it's amazing. We fire the programmer too tonight. But you're listening to the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. You can join us here live every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web 24/7 at www.themidnightocean.com. And as you guys know, today is the first day of November, which means it is a Movember. Great cause for those out there. The way it works is you shave off your beard and then you don't shave for the rest of the month. And you try to raise money for cancer awareness, cancer research, and actually cancer prevention. For more information, you can follow the link here on our YouTube page. We will, on our main page, we'll also have as you can see, I'm beardless and I'm also hairless. Took it one step further because I don't do anything halfway. So, but I have a mashup of my hair being cut and shaved, not being cut, as Sandy said, it got shaved. And we'll have that up there on the links. But, interesting stuff with our very special guest who's joining us via the phone line. And we're getting into now. All right, Samantha. So now your mind is ready, right? You are ready to go. Are you there? Huh. So we will actually just got an alert. You know, we've been having these problems for quite a while. And I've also noticed that Facebook also dropped us. So we'll just get Samantha back on the line here and everything. I think there. Whoa. See, that's the nice thing about doing live radio shows and everything. And that's why, you know, we are in the process of getting a new board here. So that way during the breaks, I can actually talk to the guests and I can know that things like this go on. Samantha, are you there?
Yeah, I went dead for a second.
That was, you know, it happened. You know, what was really weird is Facebook, our video, we have a live video feed that we feed to Facebook. Normally it disconnects and it says, oh, this is disconnected. It came back and said, I've never seen this message. It said it is deleted. They actually deleted the video on Facebook. And I'm like, we're not talking about anything bizarre yet. We haven't gotten into the good stuff. We're just getting the backstory laid out.
Oh.
Yeah, it was weird.
Okay.
It was weird. Yeah, normally I expect this to happen when we get into the, you know, the men in black start showing up or when we start getting in.
It'll be a first for me, I think, but maybe I'm garnering that kind of attention.
Yeah, well, you know, it's the show. I'll tell you, we've had some pretty. We had the Iran-Contra deep throat gentleman that was on the show. We had actually did that secretly. We had to do that with burner cell phones. I felt like a James Bond, you know, as we were recording that show. And yeah, you learn when you start getting into some of these esoteric topics. Yeah, mainstream, they don't want you to know this stuff because what it does, I think it unravels their hold upon you. Because you realize that the answer is not in them. The answer is somewhere else, and they don't like that. They don't like the competition.
Oh, yep.
So, I mean, but right before we went on the break, you were talking about, you know, your mind, you're now ready to receive your first experience or encounter. So let's talk about that. I'm intrigued now. Your experience with Bigfoot or Sasquatch or.
Well, it starts, like I said, it all seemed to sink in about the time where we were talking about all this stuff with the numbers and about the clouds, numbers in the clouds and all that. So all during this time is also about this time I'm also picking up, I guess the first indication was I would, while I had my RV at in the parking lot, where I parked in the little camping area, and the section of woods that was there and behind the tavern. And I started hearing the howls. And it wasn't a howl like you would expect from a wolf or anything like that. It was a hoop, and a hooping type of sound. And so it was very bizarre at first for me. You know, it's like, holy, you know, like, and then I started, at one point I actually started hearing this, and one day, I think this is summer 2013, we started hearing that noise, started hearing, now here, I want to say this right up front, that one of the things they do is not necessarily use their own unique sounds. They actually imitate other birds, animals, and one of the things they love to imitate is the barred owl. Barred owls can be pretty loud, and you have to listen carefully to know what you're dealing with. And in this case, if these were extremely voluminous calls with this particular call, and if it was a bird, it would have to be about a 600-pound bird making the call, because it resonated over a mile away, and most birds aren't going to be that loud. Okay, and so we actually were behind the tavern. We could actually hear this bird going, not the bird, but it was just the very deep, very guttural type of call that was coming from the sound that was making its way back and forth across the woods in the very dark behind the tavern.
Yeah, I actually have a sound queued up. If you don't mind, can I play it and see if this is
No, go ahead.
Yeah, let's play this one. It would help if I take it off of mute. Man, I am having the dangest time tonight. Maybe I nicked myself. No, that's not it.
No.
Oh, that was someone being funny. Oh my gosh. You know, there's always a comedian out there. Someone sent me a bunch of audio clips, and that was one that
was funny though.
That was hilarious.
That was hilarious.
They got me. Yeah, no, I'm sitting here and I have people that send me things through our what we call the whirlpool, and he sent me one, and you guys got me. Good one. Thanks, guys. You know, this one. So no, but I have heard these howls. I was watching the History Channel thing on the search for Bigfoot. And you were saying that, yeah, there was one where they howled back, and it was almost like they were making fun of the lady that did the howl.
Yes. Yeah. It actually, I could do it. It has a certain, I don't know if that came through.
That was perfect.
You know, so, but that sounds very weak. But imagine that being done by a 600-pound being with very deep voice. And it was especially that last part where it trills a little bit. It's very deep. So, that's what we were hearing, and it would go back and forth, slowly back and forth. We would follow it. And at one point it would stop doing it. Then I would try to imitate it, and it would immediately respond back. And I'd do it 2 or 3 times. It would respond back immediately, and then I would stop. And then it would stop for a minute and wouldn't start back up until I did it again. You know, so that was the first, you know, kind of inkling what we didn't know exactly what that was exactly.
Give me an idea. Well, you were saying, all right, I want to, because I'm trying to paint this. So you give me an idea of the area that you're at. I mean, population, you said you went, your RV's parked in a parking lot.
Okay, let me give the layout of this town. And what it is the town is laid out in such a way that it's kind of almost like a peninsula. It was in between 2 rivers. At the end of town, you go across the bridge, and the 2 rivers meet at that point. The main river is called the White River, and the side river that starts off that point is called the Green Water River, and forks off. So we're kind of in between the fork of these 2 rivers. Okay. Across the Greenwater River is what we call Huckleberry Mountain, and it's a huge area back behind there. Yeah, part of the Cascades. So we're deeply embedded inside the Cascade Mountains at that point. So you have all that going on back there. And, of course, this tavern is right on the main highway, which the woods that are right behind it drop down towards the Greenwater River and then up into the area that goes deep into forever for 20 miles.
Now, is there any campsites behind you or?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
No, this is a completely it's private property area, and then immediately goes into forest land.
So you got a tavern who kind of sits on the road, and then, like you said, it goes down a gully or a ravine into like a river area, and then up again, and then you're in the national forest. And that's the other thing too, because a lot of people don't understand how vast these forests are. I mean, how many acres is this? Do you know how many acres this national forest is?
Oh, I couldn't tell you. I mean, when you're dealing with combinations of, because we're in fairly close proximity to the Mountain Rainier National Park, which is a square 10-mile area around the mountain. And then you have different, like the Snoqualmie National Forest, and there's different names, and they blur the lines sometimes. Sometimes you're dealing with, forest land owned by, formerly Weyerhaeuser, and it's now, and some of this land now has been purchased by the Indians. And so but the whole mountain, the whole area is just a massive, we're talking like 100 square, at least, the whole range, basically, that goes up Canada all the way down through Oregon.
Okay.
So it's very connected.
Yeah.
That way.
Okay. I mean, no, that because I think it's important because most people, like on the East Coast, they've never seen woods like this. Mm-hmm. Even you living in North Carolina, you go up into the, like Asheville and that area. Right. And that's wooded. That, even though that, a lot of people, because I know, like on the Smokies and stuff, a lot of people are like, well, that's a lot of wood. It's like, no, you haven't seen woods until you go out to the west side, until you're in Sequoia and you're into you're talking hundreds of miles of nothing but dense vegetation. And it's vast.
In our little village, and honestly, is the partial population because the fact it's a lot of people. There's about several different communities kind of nestled in there, like residential communities, but they're part timers because this is the kind of thing you come to the second home, and you're going there because the ski resort's only about 20 miles away. Yeah, and you're going there to kind of enjoy. So a lot of it's part time. The full timers, a whole lot less people. And I would imagine probably 100 people or less that are right in the Greenwater little village area that we're in. It has a few shops, a general store, gas stations, things like that. But this little town area is at least 18 miles away from the nearest other big town.
Yeah, I guess my only concern is you got someone, you're at a tavern, right? But you were saying it was coming at a distance, though. It wasn't like someone was messing with you. Standing around. Well,
no, it was. It's kind of funny because right at the edge of the tavern, right behind there's a couple of buildings, and right behind it's extremely dark behind there, and that kind of leads into I think after I had moved my RV I actually bought some land there, and so a couple of lots, and it was a little cabin, and I moved my RV down to the spot across the road, which was closer to the White River, which is the other main river. And then I started hearing them across the river too, but I started hearing the loud howls. It wouldn't be necessarily the barred owl sounds, but it was actually really loud. Woo! Like that. So, I built a fire pit, and I was just messing around with that, and I was, had gotten a little fire started. I went inside my RV to get something, and the minute I stepped out, all of a sudden I heard this like monkey chatter coming from. It was just starting to get dark a little bit, and all of a sudden I started hearing this god awful scream, like this little young monkey just screaming its thing, and then all of a sudden I hear this running away from the fire, and it's going off into the woods.
Oh,
the young juvenile.
Wow.
Messing around. Curiosity kills the cat.
Yeah, probably stuck his hand in the fire or whatever. Yeah, why you weren't.
Something, messing around with it, the curiosity. And then and what really happened was, I think it was right before I moved the RV down, because I was moving the RV back and forth at that point. I had the RV up at the tavern, at the parking lot. And so I heard that same sound again. I heard just 9-10 months earlier. And I says, I think I'm going to walk behind between these two buildings into this really dark area, because I'm hearing the sound.
You're pretty ballsy. Samantha, I'm telling you.
I was. And, it was dark. Mind you, I had one of those little flashlights, the LEDs that are really powerful.
Yeah, but I don't care. That ain't going to protect you. I mean, all that's going to do is get you a good look as you're getting knocked around.
Well, here's what happened. I heard a single sound, which sounded like a single one doing the calls. I walked between the building. The minute I hear them already into this dark area. I was shining the flashlight up in the trees, and all of a sudden, I don't see anything, because immediately I hear 5 different things, monkey chatter, yelling and screaming at me.
Sure.
Like 5 different entities all of a sudden.
Wow.
And so I'm thinking, oh, holy, you know what? And I says, so I wasn't about to turn the light and walk out and have something jump on my back and not know what it was. And so what I did, I just trained the light up at it while they were screaming, and slowly backed myself out of there until I got out. And then I attracted the attention of 2 other people, 3 other people actually, and they heard all this commotion going on back there. And so we got the flashlight, and all of a sudden we started hearing this noise that started going across the trees. So they went all the way across in the backside of the parking lot in the woods closer to my RV. And we tried to shine the light up, but then it moved and started moving across its way again back to where the original building was, where I was at. And as we walked over, there was one particular tree, and the one that Alice had a flashlight, and I had a feeling it stopped right above us. I was quick, shine the light straight up there. And the minute they shone the light up there, I'm seeing this big blackish-gray creature lunging from the tree all the way across 20 feet over to another tree, lunging across. That was my first sighting.
See, I would never have, because you always think of a Bigfoot or, the creature, walking on the ground, but I never really thought about them being primate in nature and being able to jump from tree to tree like a primate would.
Oh, I think my experience at this point, as over time has been more. They're not just simply walking on the ground. Sometimes you'll see a single footstep. Matter of fact, I had a footstep in the snow that you see, and it's just more of a case of jumping down from a tree, banging one foot on the ground, and then propelling themselves up back into the tree, into another tree. So you'll find a lot of that. They try to avoid at all costs trying to walk on the ground if they're in a forested area.
See, and that makes sense because of the fact that, if they are, the descriptions, everybody, and I don't want to diminish them because I think they're actually a little, I don't know. Haven't talked to, obviously a Bigfoot or a Sasquatch, but, they are of a primate class or a primate family, but they seem a lot more intelligent. But then again, I saw a video today on the History Channel where they had they found a human size primate and they got video of it, and it was doing exactly what you just described. It was jumping from treetop to treetop, and it was human size. They said that it was close to 6 feet tall. And they never knew it was a species that they found, and they videotaped it. And apparently the video was very rare, because they've never really videotaped them like that. And the fact that they were bounding from tree to tree. Yeah. Wow.
Well, if you, and of course this is based on my research and what I've taken photos of at different things. It's just, what starts out is you're thinking there's a single type of Bigfoot or a single type of Sasquatch, and then you're coming across different types and different sizes, and some actually have very human-looking faces, and some have very, I'm going to say I I hate using the term monkeyish face or something orangutan.
Well, that's why I tried to avoid too when I said primate, because I think that they deserve.
No, I said when I say primate, because it just looks like there's commonalities between us.
Sure.
And there is, as a matter of fact, if you could believe some of the, there has been DNA tests, but they just won't simply be validated by the scientific community. And the one, by this one, I'm not going to mention her name, but she's one of the gals that had done the test. And there's a common mitochondrial DNA commonality between the human and the Sasquatch.
Gotcha.
But that's about all I can really say.
Well, going back, so you see the creature jumping, so you said about 20 feet.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And, they had to have been, if I'm thinking right, because I've been in that area and I know the trees, you're looking at 50, 60 feet in the air, if not higher.
Yeah, that's a pretty big tree. This is, matter of fact, there was no branch, and I'm looking at this later during the daylight to examine the tree and found the tree that I spotted the night before. And there was just one single branch near the top that was approximately where it was at, and it was propelling from there. It just propelled right across it. It's just jumping from tree to tree. And it's the powerful lunging with the legs, like holding the tree sideways with their longer than usual arms, and then kicking off with the to propel themselves long distances. Yeah.
Estimation of height, size.
It was hard to tell with that. It wouldn't have been an adult, but my guesstimation, it was probably about 6 foot.
Wow.
Yeah, so a lot of times when you see something that's smaller, like 6 foot, you don't make the assumption necessarily that's the size of the species. It could be the younger ones. And
what kind of tree were these? Pine? What kind of trees?
I'm not really good on the tree identification. Okay. We have the evergreen trees that grow up here, plentiful. They're not pine.
Yeah, the reason why I asked that is when we lived in northern Michigan as kids, when we were in junior high school, because a lot of people I can hear the skepticism where they say, doing a tree like that, the tree would have broke. Going back, and I'm trying. I know from personal experience.
No. This is more of a solid tree. The diameter is at least.
Well, you're
talking about.
Yeah,
at least 9 inches too.
Well, we used to call it swagging, and what you do is you climb up the center of the tree, these pine trees, and you get to the very top, and you're a good 80 feet off the ground, and this tree is swaying, and you hold on, and and I don't want it. My parents are listening to the show, but we used to do that as kids, and hope to God you didn't fall.
I believe they do that too. As a matter of fact, there's a recent trip we took, there was a lot of snapped, you'll find a lot of snapped trees for no apparent reason. And my feeling is perhaps the young ones start growing up, they're getting used to doing the swagging business, and their weight gets to a certain point, and all of a sudden they snap the tree, and they figure, well, I'm not going to be doing this anymore.
Yeah. Well, you were a hero when it was one thing to climb up one tree, but you became, this is kid stuff. But you became a man when you were able to go from one tree to the other. And we did it. Now, I never did it. When I say we, I'm talking about my friends. I had friends that did it. I never did it. I climbed up to them and held on with my dear life. But I had friends that jumped from tree to tree. And I've had a few that...
Well, you didn't do that with the trees in Kentucky. I mean, those were different kinds of trees. We actually had vines that we swung from and never did what you were talking about.
Yeah, there's northern. So it is possible. So for those out there, they're saying, well, why aren't the trees broken? It's like, well, I can tell you, I did it as a kid. Now, I wasn't 6'6". I was about 5'10". I'm 6'6" now, but I mean, I was about 5'10" or so. In junior high school, I was a tall kid. My brother was too, and and my friends were. So yeah, I could see that. Wow.
So what I was going to mention was, so all that happened, and then we got through that experience, and then the fun really starts, and that's what I'm going to get into, because that's where we're starting. Yeah.
That's a great segue, and it's amazing how quick the conversation went by, but we're actually coming up on our next break. So, why don't we do this? Why don't you hold off on that, and then we'll take a quick break, and then if you get disconnected again, just like you did, just Skype me and let me know.
Okay.
And everything. All right. So we're talking with our good friend, Samantha Ritchie. We're getting more and more into Sasquatch and her experience with a Bigfoot. It's amazing stuff. What would you do? I don't know what I would do. If I heard a guttural howl or an animal howl back at me that was not a bird or an owl, well, I'll tell you what I did do. About 2 weeks ago, we had an eagle in one of our trees. It's the same night that we saw the UFO. And, you know, it was screeching at us, but it wasn't that eagle screech. And I didn't know what it was until we found a chirping eagle sound. And it scared the bejesus out of me. I wasn't about to turn around as Sandy and our neighbor lit it up with a flashlight as it flew away. It was an eagle. So I can only imagine what it would be. What would you do? We'll find out what Samantha did when we return from our break.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. I'm your host, Jeff Norton. You can join me live here every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. Of course, this is November 1st, which means Movember. For more information and to join your Movember team, we have one set up for you. It's listed on our YouTube page. It will be listed on our website. But all you have to do is Google Movember. It's November, but just with an M, to learn more about that great cause. And that's what's happened to my stripes, as they would say. So all month of November. Can't shave. But more information on that to come. But right now we're speaking with our very special guest, Samantha Ritchie, as she was getting into. So we have these, making the guttural howls, the sounds, and jumping from tree to tree. And you're telling me it's going to get better, Samantha?
Yep. I'm here.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what your idea of fun is. You're making me nervous. That would have been, I would have been, all right, I'm done.
Well, no, that's
story over. That's all I needed to see.
Well, yes. So I was really starting to get stoked by all this, and I believe that was in 2014. So earlier in the year when that happened, or about June somewhere. I don't remember exactly, but I do recall the exact events of now Barb. But I'm going to switch over to her for a second because
Sure.
I started associating with Barb Shoot more, and she was doing her YouTube channel, and so she just with her friends started sponsoring a camp out for interested people in the Bigfoot area, and would take them up in the areas and show them what to look for and things like the stick structures and different things that would indicate that they were there.
Sure.
So
I want to stop you. Do you guys carry firearms?
No, we didn't. No.
Okay.
No, that's kind of a that's
touchy subject.
That's kind of a contested thing. Well, it depends. Some do, and we felt we didn't carry any firearms.
Okay.
But we were where we went. I didn't go to the first camp out she had, but I did go to the second one, which was September of 2014. And we were camping in an area. I think we had about 10 people with us, 10 to 12 people. And in an area where, we didn't worry about security too much.
Sure.
Of that. Now, very specifically, it was September 11th, 2014.
Oh.
So there's a specific area that she went into all the time that she wanted to take the group up to, and she wanted to show this particular tree snap. This fairly thick tree, and this is probably a good, I'm going to say a good 5 or 6 inch diameter tree, and it was snapped. It wasn't snapped off the thing; it was snapped and laying on the ground, still attached by part of the tree, by part of the bark. And then she was showing us another snap. It snapped again, like something literally broke it, and it was very unusual. So she would, at the same time, she had her iPod, and she would film it. She filmed the area. It's like she was filming this, and all of a sudden, the next thing you know, I'm hearing something, and because I'm in this film too, partially. And the guy, and I was talking, and all of a sudden she says, "Did you see that? Something big and black just ran down over there and took off." And so I didn't see anything. I heard something, but by the time I looked, everything was gone. But her and a couple other people actually saw something, and so we didn't know what it was. And so she took her iPod, and we went back to the camping area later that evening. And she had a chance. Of course, the iPod's very small. You can't see what,
Yeah.
So she downloaded the video onto a tablet, I believe. And then so she's sitting there in the chair, and, you know, dinner's getting ready, or I think we were preparing dinner right before it. And all of a sudden we hear her going, "Oh my God. Oh my God." You know, it says, we're all running over there. So what's wrong, Barb? It says, I don't believe this. This stuff, sci-fi stuff is made of, you know? And so we're looking, so she shows us this video. So we're watching the video carefully, and she says, "Look at this over here." So we're looking at this branch that goes across in this video. And while we're watching it, we see this something jump down and flip around and take off. But the problem was it was translucent. It was like watching the Predator movie film when that predator jumped down from the tree, that same translucent look where you could see right through it, but you actually saw the creature, you saw the outline, you saw it was kind of like a clear jello-y type of thing that you could see right through, but it jumped down and whipped around and took off. It was just, and then we said, we need to put it on a bigger screen. So we had, someone in the RV had a really super big screen, so we moved it over to a file for it. We all sat around watching that, and we watched it over and over and over, and it was just awesome. It was just unbelievable. And she was in disbelief, because up till that time, she only accepted the fact that there was a physicality to them, that we're just dealing with a physical creature.
Yeah.
So she wasn't prepared to deal with it, and I saw that. That's and all of a sudden, you know, I think I was more prepared because I was already dealing with the numbers. I was already dealing with messages coming from the universe at me, you know. And when I saw that, it says, "Oh my goodness," you know. So,
yeah, and that ended up. I actually have the YouTube video up. I can't play it on a video because the resolution wouldn't be, no one would be able to see it. But I actually have the YouTube up, and I'm looking at the video and if people want to know it, you can go to YouTube, and it's called "Caught on Camera, Cloaked Bigfoot with Barb and Gabby."
Yep, that's it.
Yep. And I think I see you. There's a black dog.
Yeah. I'm just kind of walking past my coat on.
Yeah, you have like a blue jean jacket on.
Yes.
Yep, I see you.
That's me.
Yep.
And then I turn and I walk past it, and then all of a sudden I turn and look back, and it's already happened basically, and the guy's saying something about like a break or a snag or something like that, and all of a sudden that's about the time it jumps down and takes off.
I see it.
You see it? Unbelievable.
That is incredible.
Yep. And that, as you can see how many views that video has garnered. And we've had numerous people that are Bigfoot experts that have done analysis videos on that.
Yeah, it's right off. If you guys, Margaret, you have to watch it 3 or 4 times, but yeah, you can clearly see something. And you know what's really bizarre is when Sandy and I saw, when we were out in the backyard and we saw our UFO 2 weeks ago, it was like that. It was like a mirage kind of thing. You could see the stars, but then you can see them shimmering like they were going through something. It wasn't like you were looking right at the stars. You were looking through an object that was causing them to distort. And if that makes sense, kind of like
something like clear jello going across the way, like a jet. Yeah,
absolutely. Wow. Yeah. I'm looking at the video. And we'll have a link to that, but it's caught on camera, and it's Cloaked Bigfoot with Barb and Gabby. I just typed in Google Barb Bigfoot video, and it was the first video that popped up.
That's probably the most popular video.
Yeah, it had 103,000 views. That's incredible.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And it created quite a stir.
Well, yeah. but that's not Bigfoot.
Yeah.
That's, I'm thinking Bigfoot, hairy, So now you've telling me that they mastered camouflage?
Yeah. But here's what I'm really going to blow your mind about. That's not the thing that's going to blow your mind.
There's
the best
more?
is yet to come. Oh, my God, yes.
There's more? Oh, my goodness. Let's go.
Okay, so that was September 11th, and that's why I tried to chronologically.
No, wait a minute. This video here, wait a minute. She said September 15th.
That's, it was actually September 11th.
Okay, because on the.
I remember we had this discussion. I said, Barb, it wasn't the 11th because the reason I know because the day later I went out to film. I had an awesome, incredible encounter in the same area the very next day.
Gotcha.
The 12th of September, and it was just because she didn't do the videos till like a week later, and she was. I think what it was it's not a big deal.
It's not really.
It was around September, the first part there.
Yeah, I don't want anybody to hear you and then go watch the video and say, "Oh, see, this is all made up. Something's going wrong because the dates are wrong." And it's an honest mistake. It was an honest mistake.
Yeah. And she wasn't going to try to go in there.
But people. They'll look at.
Oh, I know.
They'll look at.
Find a skeptic, and you're going to take off in every single word that you say, or. Yeah. That was supposed to be 10 o'clock, not 9 o'clock.
Exactly. Like but no, I highly recommend, and actually I'll put the link on the video here so it will update our YouTube. If you guys hit the refresh here, it will actually update on our YouTube as well. And then that way people can take a look at it because that's fascinating. I mean, you gotta see this.
And the nice things, of course, I ended up doing, after some of these events I'm going to mention to you, I ended up putting the Planet Sasquatch YouTube channel up. And I'll say this much, when you do a video archive of videos, it sure made it nice when I actually wrote the book to actually base the dates on what I actually said. I try to always have the dates and times and things, and especially your photographs, too, is also dated. Too, and that helps keep track of the events too. So, well, yeah, because people. I mean, to be honest with you, the first thing I thought is that I was watching a shimmering of the light coming through the trees. Mm-hmm. But then I'm looking at the shadows, and I'm looking at the light, and I'm like, no, that's not, because the shadows are going the other way. So it's not a shimmering. It's clearly, wow. That's incredible. Yeah, there is some science. There actually is some science behind that. I think we'll have a chance to talk about that closer to the latter part of the program.
Okay.
Because I'm looking at the explanation as to why as well. So, but back to the story of after this took place, I was stoked up pretty good about this. And the thing is, I had heard someone said, that the Bigfoots and things weren't really hip about the electronic equipment thing, and I've actually heard about people having experiences and didn't bring anything up there. So I put an intent out there that I was going to go back the very next day, and I did. I actually went by myself. I left all recording equipment at home.
What?
And I had yes. I left it at home. I didn't bring a camera with me or nothing. I says, I want to have an experience. I want, and my idea was maybe the Bigfoot will walk right up to me and I'll have, I didn't really care if I recorded that. Nobody would believe it, obviously, probably if I said that.
Samantha?
You know what I mean?
You've never watched that Messing with Sasquatch commercial? You don't.
I've seen a few.
You are insane. You are insane. I can't. You're going to go out in these woods. I mean, look, I'm a big guy, and I'm not afraid of Sasquatch. No, I was not afraid really?
of Bigfoot at all. No. Here, let me start that. Let me go back because I had the psychic sense that they were already trying to get in my head at the time, that even when they were jumping across the tree. So I had a feeling,
Okay.
So I went back up the next morning. Actually, I think I'm not even going to tell which time of the day, and I had it in the book, but I'm not going to refer to it right now. But it was the next day. It was September 12th. That is for sure. September 12th. So I go up the trail, and I don't bring any equipment with me as far as cameras or anything like that. I wanted to be totally electronic free. And my idea was to show honor and respect for the Sasquatch or the Bigfoot, that I wanted to be able to see him personally and actually have an interaction with him or something. Or maybe he'd walk right up to me and shake my hand or something. I don't know. So I had that in my mind. And I went up the trail. And I went to this little area, this kind of a very strange little spot, and I actually coined a name for it called the Field of Dreams. And it's the same place where Barb had just filmed the cloaker off about 100 feet away. But the trail leads into kind of a little meadow area with a ridge over on the right, a creek over on the left, and a little swampy area, on the side. And it started breezing up really good as I'm walking through this area, kind of like breezy, like it wasn't breezy down at the end of the trail or, all of a sudden it just wind kicks up in this little area.
Yeah.
And so I'm walking through there and all of a sudden I get this euphoric feeling. I get like a sense of, oh my God, the sense of joy coming over me. And I'm thinking, hello birds, hello tree, I'm getting into that like, hello Bigfoots and Sasquatches and little people and whatever else is out there, almost almost like you're in a fairy tale. It was just a weird feeling. And I walked through this area, and so I said, I turned around and said, okay, I'm going to slowly walk back. So the sun is shining through the trees, and I'm looking down in the mid part of off the trail about 15 feet, and I'm looking and seeing this brilliant orange color. And the sun is just coming down, and I'm thinking, well, there must be a piece of metal or something. You know how something just hits it, and all of a sudden see this brilliant orangey red color, and I'm get closer to it. And all of a sudden I see 4 of them shining like that, and I got closer to it. It was not shining against, it wasn't reflecting off of anything. It was 4 beams of light. Like, what's the best description? Like you watch Star Wars, like the lightsaber lights that people have?
Yeah.
The saber light, but they were configured like a Z configuration, and 4 of them were together and glowing. They were like 4 feet up above the trail, above the ground, and they were just stationary.
So they were long.
Up.
They were long, like fluorescent light bulbs, right? Long, but they were glowing.
If you go to the site, planetsasquatch.com.
Yep. Or
actually planetsasquatch.wordpress.com. That pulls up my site, and then you go to show slides, and you click on that. Get past the first 3 pictures. I'm going may have time to talk about those more recent ones, and go to slide 1. And this is kind of a artist conception of what I saw.
Okay, hold on. I don't see the ship.
It actually is called Slide 1. Yeah.
Oh, there we are. We'll bring these up because this is incredible. I'm still godsmacked about the creature jumping on the branches.
They're all related. Yeah, everything's related. Everything's connected. All these events.
Oh, I see.
See what? So the way I described it. It had the pattern of a Z, like with the long leg of the Z, and down and then over, and 4 of them in a rectangular box configuration, hovering about 3 feet above the ground and just stationary. So as I walked past it, I walked very slowly past it. I'm going, I still have this euphoric feeling going, absolutely no fear whatsoever. I'm seeing this thing, and as I pass it, it stays stationary. So the beams of light kind of, they don't move as I talk. They're just stationary there. And I walk past it, and I'm going to myself, my, you don't see that every day.
Well, yeah.
I'm like, what's this? And then I didn't want to take my eyes off of it. It was pulsating and glowing, and I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm seeing this. And so I did take my eyes off for 1 second. When I turned back, it was still there, But then all of a sudden, there was this beach ball-sized translucent orb that had electrical energy all around it that started floating towards the 4 light beams. And it was broad daylight. I'm seeing this thing move slowly towards the end where the Z's come out at the end, and this thing makes its way in the middle of the 4 rods and goes into it. And then all of a sudden it pulses a few times, and then as it pulses, it starts to disappear. And then it disappears. This whole thing lasted like a good 45 seconds at least.
Wow.
I actually was able to, that picture you have there, I actually was able to do an artist conception with the animation where I actually show the orb moving. And I would say it's 95% accurate for what I saw. And I actually posted it on my YouTube channel.
Yeah, I have it up there on the YouTube, so we're showing the people that are watching on YouTube. I mean, just the nature and the appearance of this. I mean, the first question I had, well, swamp gas or something like that, but no, these have form and definition to them. They're definitely not.
And that's an artist conception. This is not. There was no picture I was able to take of this or anything. Keep that in mind. That but it literally when I saw that, all bets were off about reality.
Gotcha. What were
all bets were off about what you were talking about when you first saw something, like the UFO and all that. All bets are off about what reality really is.
Oh, absolutely. Now, I do have to ask, in this artist representation, is this about the distance that it was from you, or no? How far away?
I was 15. I was about 15 feet away from
15 feet. So that's pretty close.
Pretty close. I was on the trail and it was off the trail. And so, and then when it disappeared, I went down the trail and I tried to tell people, and I even tried to tell Barb about it or whatever. Everybody was pretty skeptical about what I saw. I said, hey, you're just making that up.
Whoa. So here are people who see Sasquatch.
They didn't take me as seriously. I'm not putting anybody down about that. I'm just saying the initial reaction was, come on, like, are you serious? They had the video of the cloaker at least. I didn't have anything except my word.
I got you
at that point.
But I mean, but why? I mean, how do I say this? I think just the little I know about you, and I, the little bit that you shared about your life with us at the very beginning, and I think that's why it was important that you shared that with us. I don't sense that you're a deceiving type of person. I mean, got a lot of things that normal people would hide, and you're very open about it, and I just don't see that in your nature.
Oh, they didn't call me. No, they didn't call me out or anything. They just said they were a little skeptical, because what could you do? I could tell them the story about that, and say, oh, that's nice. And
see,
like the cloaker, but.
Well, no, we just the phone just cut out. I don't know if you heard that on our end. The phone just cut out as you were saying that about the cloaker.
Really?
So obviously someone else is listening. It's all right.
That's okay. I don't. But here's the thing. It's just it doesn't matter because I ended up getting other proof and other things. What happened was, so that happened, and don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm still working with this group of people like Barb, Shoop, Annie, and so it was just that initial reaction, and so I just felt like I wasn't taking it seriously as perhaps what they had on the cloaker. So that's all. It wasn't anything negative. Don't get me wrong, but the thing was, I did want to have proof. Okay. And so I went back out on September 28th, and I ended up waiting a couple of weeks, I guess, from the 12th. So the 28th, it was about 2.5 weeks. So I went back up there, and I was looking around, and I went to the same spot where approximately this thing was up of. And I went above it, and I saw, I'm looking down, and there's this triangle cut out in the ground.
Hey, Sam.
And the ground is seared, huh?
Yeah, I want to stop you right there because this is the good news, is that we got our last break of the show. coming up. And then we have the full 2 hours where we have no break. Basically you can say, hey, I got to go get some coffee or something. That's it. So I want to, let's do this. Let's take this break. And then when we come back, I want to hear this, and I have these slides for those that are watching on YouTube queued up, and we can share those with them.
Cool.
With them and stuff. But yeah, last 4-minute break, get your coffee, go to the bathroom, do whatever you got to do, because then it's going to be a 2-hour marathon with just me, you, and a few hundred people listening as we roll into the evening here at the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and podcast. Wow, great stuff, man. This is incredible. You got to see that video. Get out there. We put the links up to it, but get out there and take a look at that video, and you tell me what you think you see. But it is clearly something of shape and mass moving, but it's camouflaged.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
to appreciate music, but do not create it, the whole process of musical composition is a major mystery. And usually the artist himself cannot explain
Jeff
it.
Norton
But
on
there
the
is on record
Paranormal
the
State
story of
Radio
one
Network.
man, the great...
That is correct, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. I can actually hear some of the old shows that we did last night and our Halloween special bleeding through. And we'll have to fix that. A little software glitch there that's allowing those to be picked up and played. But it's okay, though. Good stuff. Actually, we're going to release a new format starting tomorrow, in which instead of playing music during the breaks, we're going to be playing some old-time radio shows, news clips, things of that nature to kind of take you back in time. It's our version of going back in time travel. But right now, today, for me, it is November 2nd. But most of you that are listening to the show live, it is still November 1st, which is the beginning of Movember. Movember is a charitable organization that raises money for cancer research, awareness, and prevention. For more information, go out and Google Movember. That is Movember. You can also go to moteam.co. That's moteam.co. Great organization. Highly. That's why I don't have my goatee, and I even took it a step further, and I don't have any hair. Shaved the hair off. And so we'll go a whole month without shaving to bring awareness. Now, I promise you, a lot of people are going to ask me where my hair went. It's a great topic. It's a great way of getting a conversation going about cancer awareness. And I see the benefits of it already happening because I got a couple tweets already asking me, where's my hair? And it looks like I shaved my eyebrows, but no, they're still there. See, you can still see them. And so Sandy told me I couldn't do that. But enough of that. Let's get back with our guest because it is definitely getting interesting here with Samantha Ritchie. Going out into the woods, number one, going out in the woods with nothing but yourself and maybe a walking stick, Samantha. Mm-hmm. And that's it. Yep. Water, binoculars, no electronic devices, no way of calling home. No.
Keep in mind, this isn't only, this area actually is only less than a quarter of a mile from the trailhead. So from the main road. So you park and you walk up a short distance. So this is all happening in a very short distance.
So it's not even, you're not really that deep in. It's not like you're hiking 20 miles or so.
It's not a remote area at all.
Wow. So why so close? You would think that, why would they be so close to civilization? I wonder if they're curious about us.
That's a possibility, but all this seemed to stem from this one little area that the best we could tell is we started documenting different sightings that were taking place all within about 100, 200-yard area in this area that we call the Field of Dreams. And I think it's perhaps on an esoteric level, I would say it's an extremely high vortex area. And based on some of the things like this portal, I call it a portal, but I don't know what it was exactly, but obviously it was a transport from one place to another. And obviously it's where something is coming and going from there.
Yeah.
Based on some of the other things, it's like not spoiling it's kind of like telling the story in a movie form, but not giving you spoilers too soon about what leads up to this. Because there is a lot more that happens,
Wow. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm looking at your slides. I mean, here's a picture that you took of a tree that's been ripped out of the ground and turned upside down.
Okay, that was just a week ago. Now, obviously, those are the roots of the tree, and the tree is deep inside the ground. Literally. This is up in an area that's more remote that we walked with a group of people and see all the trees that are snapped forward.
Yes.
That wasn't caused by snow. And based on in the background of that picture, that's where the first two pictures of the young one that you see, and the first two pictures. This is the picture of the young one that I took, and that was after I had enlarged the photo so I could look deep into it and see that. I couldn't see that with my eyes.
Yeah.
And then following is a small group of them that were up in the trees below as we started to walk into it. We felt like we were being watched, and these are some of the ones that are hanging out. These are actual pictures of Sasquatches.
Yeah, I mean, I see the one. It's kind of like a ghostly, like I would almost say like a female looking at you, and then you go down, and then you got it, like you said, you enlarged it, and you can clearly see eye socket, nose, mouth, hair, kind of, and it looks like it's leaning forward, like it's on its forward, like it's like it's kind of like a kind of like what a baboon or orangutan would stand on the ground. It's got it's kind of it's on its back legs, and its front legs are down, and wow.
Yeah, there's actually several of them there in that third picture.
And then the family, it looks, you can see like
the family,
the three of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see that one there is a little fuzzy for me, so I would have to. Okay. I mean, the one of the close up of the individual, you can clearly see facial features. Oh yeah,
and the hair surrounds the head. So there's a clarity of the face. The face is clear. I can document pretty much where the hairlines are with these. So the younger ones especially, they kind of come. So their face are fairly clear of hair.
Sure.
So
they almost look
human-like look to that.
Yeah. Now, I guess my question: when you took these pictures, did you see these?
No.
When you took them, it was until afterwards they showed up.
Here's the thing: is that the eyes just aren't going to pick them up because they're going to stand some distance away. And what I've learned is that it's just not, well, how could you take a rounded picture and expect to have them show up in there? There's something wrong with that picture. I said, no, it isn't, because first of all, we're going into an area where where they know that we know they're there, basically. And we're attracting them to us because sometimes we play the Indian flute and we're drawing them in towards us.
Sure.
But they're going to be in the background a little bit. And so we spend some time in a particular area and mull around, and then we take the pictures. But you have to have a really good camera with a high resolution so that you can zoom in to the picture once you get it on the computer and start examining in the background. That's where you find them.
Yeah. What kind of camera are you using?
I use a Nikon D3300, which is a 24 megapixel camera.
Yeah, that's
3 or 4 times more resolution than most cell phone cameras. So, I need actually high resolution. Yeah,
do you use Nikon lenses, or are you using the Pentax lenses?
I'm just using the regular lens. People ask me, and says, "Why don't you use the photographic?" Telescoping lenses, things where more magnification. And the problem I have with that is that you don't really know where to point your camera. It's not about, it's about capturing as much detail in the background as possible. And that's why the real secret is not so much telescoping lenses as much as it is increasing the megapixels of the camera.
Yeah.
Because then you go from having just blob squatches, what they call in the Bigfoot community, to actually seeing more detail.
Yeah, you need a large format or something like that.
Yeah.
But but you're looking, so people don't, it's not something you just don't go out and buy a large format camera. A decent large format camera with a digital back is going to run you $20,000 to $25,000.
And the prices are coming down. So, excuse me. Yeah. The 36 megapixels are come down quite a bit, and I'm actually looking as high as 50 megapixels. So it's in the works for me to get a camera like that, because the more detail I can actually see in the background, the better clarity I'm going to be able to see and detail the faces and things.
Yeah.
So,
well, do you know what I'm wondering? I mean, and I know that digital is how do I say this? The digital is the way to go, but I'm almost wondering if if you shoot these on slide, like a large format slide, you would get better resolution on the slide than you will how do I say this? You get more bang for the buck if, because like I said, if you're looking at like a Hasselblad medium format or a large format camera, you're going to spend, big bucks, 30,000, but you can get a Hasselblad with a film pack on slide and it get greater resolution than you'll ever get digital with a digital pack.
Oh, I know that. Yeah.
And just shoot digital.
Yeah, I mean, the film has always been the standard, and being able to capture everything and then being able to enlarge from film. Of course, film cameras, even though they're still available, they're far and few between. As you said, I haven't researched them as much because the digital has been so much cheaper.
Yeah.
And keep in mind that some of these initial pictures I show you, like the triangle, like the ground that was seared.
Yep.
Which I like to talk. That was actually taken on a cell phone. So I started out with an 8 megapixel cell phone camera, and but and I'll get into the camera thing because there are things about the Sasquatch that has to do with colors too, and I'm going to talk about infrared. The light spectrum that we can see in is very limited. And there's above the light spectrum, which is the ultraviolet light spectrum, and below it was the infrared. They can emanate colors. They can change colors. They can emanate colors in a range we can't see. And I want to talk about that a little bit.
Well, yeah, I think we saw that firsthand with that cloaked Bigfoot. I mean, obviously I've always said that the visual spectrum is so small compared to the actual spectrum of light.
And they do things. And there's a combination of light refraction, light bending, and we don't really know for sure. So all we can do is speculate theories. But I do believe that they use a combination of changing their light colors, reflecting the light in a certain way, like especially when the sun's shining really brightly, and all of a sudden they look like dark spots. And that's actually what I look for in photos. Is actually I look for the really dark spots because those are the things I'm going to try to enlarge. And unfortunately, you have to use, that's when you have to go into Paint Shop or Photoshop. And that's always a bad word when you talk to people like that, but you can actually enhance a photo to actually bring out, exaggerate the details a little bit of the colors because they're so subtle. Especially because there's still some bleed over from the ultraviolet range that the camera will pick up on the photo that you can't see with your eyes, and that's what you have to work with.
Yeah, I don't think the fact that you're changing the chroma key and stuff like that is a huge issue. Because you're not actually changing the image.
You're not. You're allowing the subtle things that most, like you can have like 100 shades of black, and when you show a lot of people the image with black, what do you see? I just see something that's black there. It says, well, no, there's subtle changes in here, and to be able to see that, you have to somehow separate those out so to a range where people can see the subtle differences. Yeah.
So now let's go back to the triangle light portal that you have. Is that burned or is it dug? It looks like it's dug up.
Actually, I had a Geiger counter, so I even tried to put it down. Nothing was measured with it, so there was no radiation.
Okay.
So I was able to confirm that, which actually I ordered from John B. Wells' site.
Okay, yeah.
Go see him.
Yeah.
Because I listen to them all. But anyway, when I examined the area, what was so odd about it was it was, it's one thing if someone took and raked it or someone took a shovel or something to dig out, like they're going to scrape the top of it down to a certain level. But what was so strange about it, there were some roots that would go up above the ground a little bit, and the roots were sheared, like cleanly, like the roots that would come up a little bit, that portion was completely shaved. as well as to the same level as the rest of the ground.
Kind of like if someone took like a weed whacker or something and just that perimeter,
but
it's in a
perfect triangular area.
Which, obviously if you had a weed whacker, it'd be circular in nature.
And it was right above where I saw the portal, where I saw the light beams.
Wow.
So my only assumption is that wasn't done naturally. Nobody took the time and energy to go there and do that with a shovel and just oddly at the same spot where I saw this thing 2.5 weeks earlier. Whatever was there took whatever was there with it. And it extended whatever part of the ground went with whatever and actually took, it's kind of like transporting, like teleporting something.
I get a feeling.
Part of it got teleported.
Yeah, I get a feeling that you're kind of going down that whole interdimensional argument.
Well, all I'm saying is I'm just giving a theory about that versus what else is something disappeared there. And I'm offering that as a possibility. I'm pretty open about it. With everything else I've seen like that, I had to be pretty open about the possibility, especially the orb and the nature that I saw that.
Yeah.
But so I see this thing, and so I just one thing leads to another. So I'm here examining this area, and I don't have pictures for that. I have pictures for these in one of my videos, but I decided to go up the trail. I took a number of pictures, and then I sat down. I sat down on this log, and I kind of snoozed. I don't know. I just felt like I kind of fell asleep a little bit, and I had my walking stick, and I just closed my eyes, and I'm sort of narcoleptic. I don't get enough sleep sometimes, and I just kind of like felt like I fell into a trance or something, and I didn't even know how much time had passed, and it just felt like I opened my eyes back up, and I lost all track of how much time I was actually sitting there. And for some reason, I actually got disoriented, feeling like I didn't even know where I was at. So I kind of got my bearings once I kind of lifted my head up. And then then the thought came into my mind and says, well, if you take pictures, sometimes I had the cell phone camera, and these cell phone cameras have a camera in the front of it, and you got the selfie part, and you got the crummier camera that's on the back side of it. So I decided, well, I'll just switch the camera so that I could just lift this thing up above my head and take a picture of what's behind me, because sometimes they don't like to be seen directly in front of you, but maybe they'll show up behind me in the camera. So I lift this camera up and I start snapping at it, snapping the pictures, and then take a couple, I think. And then I finish up and I go back home. So I get on my computer, I download these cell phone pictures, and this one in particular looked a little strange. It was getting kind of dark, and then I'm looking in the trees, and I'm starting to explore into the cell phone picture. And all of a sudden, it becomes apparent to me. I pull up this one tree, and there's several beings standing there. Several Bigfoot.
Is that
one with two red eyes? And I don't have a picture of that on here.
Oh.
It is on. I'm sorry. That is episode 12 of the Planet Sasquatch YouTube channel.
Oh, okay. So people can watch it on episode 12. Okay.
Yeah. Meet the family, and it's not the best picture in the world. It's something I was able to. After studying these pictures for a long time, I could tell that I was looking at something other than just background noise or the background fauna or plants, and I'm seeing a very human-like being. That's actually in the book too. I cover a chapter in that where I actually show the picture of the very human-like face on one side of the tree. Then you got this one being that's got really red eyes on the other. Then you got the whole dome-shaped one that's standing off in the distance a little bit. So I counted and then one was a baby with a dog-like looking creature with it. When then you start talking about the dogman, that is another type of Sasquatch. And then that is kind of like what led me to believe that was what that was. And then by all accounts, I was counting about 7 different beings or people, Sasquatch people in this particular clan. And And what was so funny was, here's what was so funny about that. When I was taking the picture, thought I was taking the picture behind me, but I didn't switch the camera over. So when I lifted it above my head, it actually took the picture in front of me. And that's where they appeared. And obviously I snore when I'm sleeping, so it could very well have been that I was sitting there and I was starting to make some really ghastly noises because I snore really bad. And I could have been attracting their attention. They didn't try to hurt me. They were actually probably standing there wondering if I was okay. And, I mean, seriously. I mean, I was just...
Well, what caught me about the statement that you made earlier where you said that they had like a pet dog, so they're self-aware in a sense I mean, these are definitely intelligent humanoids. I don't want to use I don't want to use primates. I don't want to use that word because I don't think it's appropriate. I think these are aware, and they're, from what you're saying and your descriptions of their actions, they are aware. They are intelligent humanoids.
Yeah. I mean, briefly for a time period, we were leaving them gifts of like sealed jars of peanut butter. Like, we would put it out in the evening, and, obviously, we're very cognizant of not trying to, you don't want to bait, and we're not being, perceived as baiting animals or anything like bears or anything. But we'd put the jars in such a way where they were in a basket or something where the only thing could get is a human or the Bigfoot.
Sure.
And we'd come back the next day, and the jar would be opened, and the seal would be, and you'd see what appeared to be a lot of poking going on inside the jar, where it looks like they took a stick and actually used that to kind of dip it inside the peanut butter jar and actually eat it that way. Because you just find the leaves inside. No, I still have a big peanut butter tub where you could see a stick's been poked inside and with some leaves in it, where they were actually ate half of it out of this gallon tub.
That's funny.
Animals don't do that.
Well, I just can't. I this is really bad, but I'm thinking about when we give peanut butter to our dogs. I don't know if that's probably not a good thing. It might upset them. So,
well, chocolate especially.
Well, I'm just saying, if you get peanut butter at the roof of your mouth, it's kind of, especially for our dogs, it drives them nuts. They love it. Don't get me wrong. They love the peanut butter, but when they get it in their mouths, they'll for days or for hours.
We've had other people that do gifting, and actually some of them have, right. You'd be surprised. The one thing that because we're dealing with an audience that might be just introduced to this whole subject of Bigfoot or Sasquatch, but in the inner circle of the different friends I have, it goes way beyond just simply acknowledging their existence.
Yeah.
I have several friends who have ongoing relationships with the Sasquatch as far as directly communicating with them and know what they like to eat and what they don't like to eat. And they love bread products and stuff like that, if you bring them up. And each clan is different. Some have a preference for this type of food, and just like we as humans, we have different, each family is different.
Now, when you say you left baskets out there, I mean, were the baskets like opened up like they normally would? It wasn't like things were tossed around. It was opened up like someone would open it up and reach in and grab some peanut butter, correct?
Yeah, and you literally had to twist the jar open, the cap open,
sure.
And then you had that aluminum seal that's on it, and that would be mostly poked into, but a couple of times they would actually poke right through the plastic. You could see where they poked a hole right in the plastic and leave that, but they figured out pretty quickly, and this was before I started doing gifting, that we'd just twist the cap off. You don't have to poke a hole in it. And then we started seeing the behavior change. We'll just take the cap off and eat it that way.
Yeah.
So
now, all right. So then my next question, and this might be a violation of their trust in you, and I don't know if it's risky or not, but when you guys do these things, have you thought about putting up trail cams or any kind of like a GoPro or at the bottom of these baskets?
We've learned what we can or can't do. It's very specific. They let us know what they accept and what they don't. They don't like to be deceived. They know when you're coming. First of all, they already know you're coming a mile up the trail.
Yeah.
They already know you're coming. And what I do is I bring the camera with me all the time so that they're used to the fact that I'm not trying to hide the camera and don't have like a hidden camera on me, a hidden microphone. They know that's just part of me and I'm taking background pictures. So the thing is they have developed a comfort level with me over a longer period of time so that they're very acclimated to me and they have a trust in me. I feel that trust in a psychic sense. So I don't have a problem with that. However, I do have an experience where one of our folk at a gifting site took one of those, we call them the spy USB. They look like little memory cards, little memory USB sticks, but they're really a recorder. And you plug it in to charge it, and then you just simply take it out, and it just records continuously in different files. So just took that and actually buried it inside the log. Okay? Next, and then I'd listen to some of these files. I actually got one file where you hear this all of a sudden, you hear this, it's grunting noise, and they're digging it out. They know it's there. They dig it out and they throw it. And then she found it. When we went back to it, was gone, and later on they found it. It was like 50 feet away on the ground. Yeah, they didn't like it. I can see that. I mean, because they do admit. I'm sure that it's they have dogs that now sniff out those memory sticks, right? And then I think they can actually. I think they can actually detect the electromagnetic aura that comes from. Anything like that, any electronic device has a electronic field or a small electromagnetic
field. It's going to be giving off a sound too. We just won't hear it. It has a frequency.
Right. And they know it and they don't like it. And matter of fact, sometimes, even though a lot of my pictures come out fairly well for the type of camera I got, I went to the gifting area one time with the cell phone camera and, something was going on there. I think they were close by, and my cell phone camera started acting up, and it wouldn't operate correctly. And when I took the picture it swirls. In other words, here's what's so weird about it. The middle of the picture is completely intact. Very clear, very undistorted. The rest of the picture looks like an electromagnetic vortex swirl around the picture. Almost like something was affected, whether it was the camera directly or it was when the picture was taken, there was some kind of vortex going on right in front of the camera.
Yeah, as I say, it had to pick that vortex up. Or the third option is that you have faulty software. Well, there is software that creates those vortexes.
It's the coincidence, and the thing is, what you finally determine is the coincidence. It'll work fine anywhere else, but when you go to these certain areas, then all of a sudden they decide to quit working. We actually had someone use an infrared camera that I had. I told them, do not use these with the Sasquatch. They don't like it. They could see in that range. They really don't like flashlights either. And the number one rule I learned after my experience with the flashlight shining up at the tree was do not shine flashlights into the trees at the Sasquatch. They do not like it. And the infrared cameras also, they basically have an infrared light that shines out like an infrared flashlight, and then it picks it up, with the camera. So, I gave it to a friend, and he goes out and takes it. I have fresh batteries in this thing, so he goes out on this one mountain road, a service road, and he has encounters with these. They start coming up close to the truck, and he tries to use it on them. They drain his batteries, and he drains my batteries, my camera instantly.
And those aren't cheap. Those probably aren't cheap batteries. Those are the lithium nitrates.
They totally drain, and literally also had a thermal camera we tried to use.
I was going to ask you about a flare.
Huh?
I was going to ask you if you guys were using a flare.
Yeah, it was. Yes, yeah, and it's not cheap. Those things are a 5K device. Oh, yeah. 5,000, and it's probably the least evasive at night because they don't emit. It's really literally picking up the infrared heat, so it's a lot more. It's just like an infrared camera, but it's a lot more sensitive. It doesn't require the external light source. It just picks up the heat source. We've had it where we go up the trail, and all of a sudden it would act funny, and then it would go dead. You couldn't turn it on, and then we'd go back down the trail, and then it'd come back on again. Then go back, and it'd go dead again. And so it's like it wouldn't let certain light. It's almost like somebody's throwing an EMP pulse right in the middle of the field area.
Well, that was going to be
working.
That was going to be my next question, because a lot of theories are that these are that the Sasquatch are interdimensional beings, and they're slipping between dimensions, in and out.
I think they. One of my studies, other than color, has to do with we are all vibration. We're already learning that from quantum physics, that there's a vibrational quality to the human person. There's a certain frequency that we vibrate at as humans, and most things tend to vibrate at that same frequency. And there's some variations between animals, between trees and things like that, but they're generally within the same ballpark. Now, if you take something that vibrates totally at a wholly different rate, that vibration will cause it to be out of sync with another. It's kind of like changing the channel. If you try to tune into a radio station, like an FM station or something, then you kind of veer, or an AM station, you kind of veer off in the channel a little bit. It gets kind of fuzzy. You can't hear it as well. And so same thing happens in a visual type of sense. I think one of the reasons why they could change that frequency, and all of a sudden what we see starts to fuzz out a little bit, or it's not quite as clear, or just totally disappear. Because it's incompatible. The light actually is passing right through this change of frequency. Yeah. So I'm doing a lot of thinking along this. I say I have an in addition to what I do for a living from a computer standpoint, I was also a ham operator, and I also have a very inept, the wrong word to use. I have a very proficient use of understanding electromagnetic radiation.
Sure.
And so I've been starting to think a lot about how this works, how reality works. So it's a big endeavor of mine to try to figure this out. And it's really it's a physics thing. It's really thinking about the quantum changes. How are they able to do that? How are they able to do what they do, or slip in and out of?
Yeah. And well, that's the same. That's kind of the same belief I am, is that these are interdimensional in nature, and they're able to manipulate the vibrations and move from one, frequency shift, being able to move from one frequency to the other.
That's the only thing I can possibly imagine, because for the portal to be stationary and then it changes and then it's gone is something that comes in and bleeps in and bleeps out. A lot of these beings that we see as the Sasquatch out there it isn't so much when you go out there you see them running across a field or something like that. I actually believe they're actually more in an invisible state, or whatever state they're in, and when they just tune in, and all of a sudden they start to become physical, like they may be up in the tree looking, and all of a sudden they start to turn into physicality and then disappear again, or kind of fade in and fade out wherever they're at, and while they're observing us. And I actually have one of the videos I have, which actually I think I have a link down into one of the videos is actually linked on the slides thing, where it shows the one of the creatures, the 13-foot tall one, that goes past the story of this family that I met, And maybe I should go back to that for a minute, because it kind of leads into that. I know we got off track a little bit, but I think we were last talking about the triangle.
We had the triangle. Yep. We had the triangle in the ground. Yep.
Yeah. So, and then right in the same day, I'm sitting there and I take this picture, and I go back and discover this family's watching me, while I was in this trance state. So I'm in awe about that, and I'm in awe about the cloaker. I'm in awe about the portal. And I said, what more could happen? So, that was around the 28th of September 2014. So a month passes, October 28th, still the same area. I go up there, and it's a nice sunny day, and it's a pretty brilliant sunny day, actually, and I still have my cell phone camera, so I go up there, and I start getting that psychic sense. Remember, we're talking about those numbers? I start feeling it again. I start feeling that same, like those numbers, like I wanted to look at those numbers. So that tells me I need to pull my camera out and start taking pictures. But I was looking up at this ridge, and I'm looking up at the shadows in the trees. And, here's this bunch of shadows, and you could kind of see through the shadows. You could see the background into the trees. And then between these two trees, though, in the middle, I'm looking, and it's darker than the shadows. Like, here's an area that's just pitch black. And it says there's something wrong here. I see this pitch black area where shadows are on this side of the tree and shadows on this side of the tree, but this is pitch black in the middle. Then as I'm looking at it, I'm starting to see something move in it, and it's almost like it's like waves of a mirage. You ever seen down a hot road, and you start seeing the kind of like it had that kind of quality to it. It's like moving blackness.
Yep, know exactly what you're.
So,
yep.
My intuition told me I needed to wave at it and take a picture, because my eyes could only see what I just told you I saw. But I had a feeling I think this is one of my friends here. So I waved, and then I waited and moved to position myself a little bit over, waited 15 or 20 seconds, took another photo, and then took a few others, and later discovered as I took it on my computer and everything, a young one that was over by the creek. But if you look down the slide past that triangle, the next slide on there is a Sasquatch standing there once I was able to lighten the colors up. There's the full body. And as I got to look at the details, he's actually waving back at me. He's holding a tree limb with his left hand and waving with his right hands with his fingers extended out, and he's smiling at me.
I got you.
I don't know.
I see it.
It's not going to be the clearest thing.
No, I feel like, what, it's funny. I feel like Art Bell and you're Richard C. Hoagland showing me pictures of Mars. And I'm like,
yes.
And I'm sitting there going, yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, there's something obviously there. I mean, the one just below that, slide number 4, I think is a little bit more definitive.
This one's a little bit darker. You can't tell because his body's pulled together. You see kind of like that darkness in the middle there?
Yeah, no, I see where it's darker and dark, which is, it's kind of like on the LCD TV. It's funny. It's like, is it when they tell you to set it up, is it black? Well, yeah, it's black. Well, is it really black? Well, no, okay. There's black. There's darker than dark, right? There's blacker than black. And I think that's what you're going. Yeah, I don't, I mean, when you contrasted it out, and that's what we're showing on the right-hand side, I mean, I clearly see something there. I mean, yes.
I'm having to use, because you can't really tell just looking at this. I usually had to use extreme contrasting to be able to see the image that was really there. As a matter of fact, that becomes very clear if you go to the next one where I do a extreme contrasting of the whole body.
Oh, that's the same picture.
Yes.
Oh,
take a look at that.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. That one there is definite. I see. Yeah, I'm looking right at it. I definitely see something there.
That's what was standing there, and those are fingers sticking out there from the the right hand, and his fist is holding on to, and you see his head there. He's actually got I don't know what you call it. He's very pronounced face, nose, and everything like that.
Yeah, he's looking straight at you.
Yes. Yeah,
I see.
And the next picture down, which is the second photo, is a little bit easier to see his body. Now, it's still dark because of the cell phone picture, but then I lighten it up a little bit and I show the outline so you can actually see his movement. In this case, he's not waving at me anymore. He's pointing at me and he's turning his head. So I interpret that there was another Sasquatch there, and he's actually seeing. He points at me. He waves at me. Then he's pointing at me. He's drawing another Sasquatch's attention to the fact that I could see him, which I probably blew his mind because their ability to cloak and shield themselves didn't quite work with me.
Yeah.
So that they probably felt that was a pretty cool thing. So.
Yeah, I can see where you drew the red around it.
Yeah.
The kind of outline. Yeah.
So it's and like I said, I was using a cell phone camera. Which
I mean, the image slide number 4 without a doubt. I'm saying, yep. I definitely see something there. Slide 5 and 6, but I understand what you're saying is that you have to manipulate the imagery. I don't want to use the word manipulate because that's the negative word. You have to adjust the contrast in order to pull them out because they're in different light frequencies than what the human eye can see.
And I think that was all part of it. And you hear this all the time. It says, well, you'll never get a clear picture. I'm never, that's too fuzzy. It's always, how come they're always hazy? How come they're always fuzzy? There's a reason for it. Because that's how they are in nature too. They're not like normal animals or humans or anything. They do have this interdimensional quality. They do have this special ability to actually to raise frequency or vibration or change color and distort the image to the degree where you can't see it with your eyes as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all part of a defense system, actually. I mean, if you think about it, it's probably the reason they survived all these years.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's funny because I was out when I was doing research. I saw the, tag world champion or whatever, hide and go seek world champion. And you're absolutely right. They're able to, and animals, animals learn how to, look at some of the insects and stuff. Which learn how to mimic. I mean, it's and like I said, I'm going to stop using the word primate. I'm going to start calling Sasquatch. These are humanoids.
I call it, and the good word to use is hominid.
Hominid?
I don't know if you, hominid. Yeah, it's any intelligent creature walks on 2 legs. Is because when I start talking about the Sasquatch, I'm also coming across. Well, I'll tell you, I don't know if this audience is prepared for some of the other things.
Oh, we're prepared.
Come across, but
no, go ahead. We're ready.
So, but we're just finishing it, and this guy's about 13 feet tall, and I would call that my first direct interaction with an adult. Okay. And clearly that there was an acknowledgement from both sides of us, me to him to me, that we knew each other were there, basically. So I thought that was a pretty cool thing. And so this area has just provided, this Field of Dreams area has just provided this weird, all this stuff, and I think it has to do with the fact the vortex and the portal. That portal probably opens up many times, and things come and go out of there all the time. And I think different creatures come in and out of there. And case in point was a year later. Now we're going in 2015, the same area. I did not go public with the portal, with the light portal and the orb for an entire year on video. So I decided it was time to go ahead and go back up that trail and rewalk the path of what happened and actually start telling the story while I was recording the video. And so I walked through this short trail in the Field of Dreams. So got to the end of it and turned around and started talking about and pointing the camera where it was and just basically going through the whole steps of what happened. And so I posted that video, and around August that video was taken, I think, August 22nd, and I posted a few days after that. And then a viewer comes back. He says, well, I watched your video. Says, what about the big creature standing there by the tree? I said, what are you talking about? So I go back and look at the video again. And then as I'm walking by and the video is taking, now this is the very next slide, which is slide 7, is a screenshot from the video. I don't know if you can see that.
Yep.
But this thing is 11 to 12 feet tall, and it appeared as I was recording it. I think somewhere down here I actually got the video on it. It's in HD. You could see this thing materialize, and it starts to materialize. It looks like a gray alien. Then the head changes. Then it turns sideways, and then it moves behind the tree. I mean, it's just the most awesome footage I've ever seen in my life of a creature, and I call it the morphing entity.
Sure, and that's actually in a video form.
Yes, and I do a comparison here on the following slide where I show the head. You can see it with the eyes, nose, and mouth. And then you look at me taking a picture of the same area, and you can see the difference in size and height. I'm 6 foot tall, and you see how big it is.
Yeah.
And that's what appeared on the video. That was standing there as I was walking by.
And all the time that you're out in the woods, you don't get the heebie-jeebies. You don't get the...
No.
Wow.
I get a psychic sense that I'm being watched, but it doesn't come across to me like in a threatening, fearful way. It's like in a very, I don't want to sound so coy as to say in a very loving and gentle way, but in a lot of ways there's no malevolence in what I'm feeling while I'm out there at all. So, oh yeah, so if anybody wants to, they can actually look. The video's actually right past the slides on that, and you can watch it. It's actually linked in here. You can actually watch it. So
yeah.
It slowly goes through it, and you actually see this thing appear, and then all of a sudden it just materializes, and it's pretty evident what it is. And then all of a sudden it just kind of as I'm moving past the tree, because I don't know it's there. I'm walking past it on the trail, and it just kind of moves behind the tree. But at one point, you can actually see its mouth moving. You can see actually teeth, or the white of the teeth, and
Sure.
It's talking. And it's talking to something else that's just beyond it. And I don't know what it is.
Well, hopefully it's not saying, hey, Bart, I found lunch.
No.
Here. Oh, I see it. I see it. That is insane.
You seeing it? You're watching the video?
I'm watching the video. It's on YouTube. You guys really can't. That. No way. What?
Yes.
Just
takes your.
Now I'm putting this thing on my.
It just blows you away when you see this. You know, what's funny is you try to publicize stuff like this, and when you're starting out, nobody knows has ever heard of you or what you do, or when you're starting out as a researcher. And I think the only thing that's helped me get the word out about these things exist is being on Coast to Coast, which I think helped propel me.
Yeah, I mean, you instantly got to 200,000 viewers or listeners, and well, I mean, hopefully we'll not 200,000.
Oh, yeah.
But we'll get there. What's nice about our show, how do I say this? What's nice about our show is that we have a lot of scientists. I have a lot of NASA, a lot of engineers who listen and watch the show. We're a little bit more technical if you haven't figured that out. When you start talking cameras.
Well, I try to. I'm not a scientist. I'm a fairly intelligent person when it comes to documenting stuff. But I would best describe myself as a researcher as anybody that actually examines things, and I would call myself more of an experiencer and have been able to document some of the stuff. So. Have at it. If anybody wants to, of a scientific nature, take a look at this or whatever else.
I'm looking at your video on a 4K Ultra screen, and I can blow it up on the screen. That is
HD. So
that is clearly something is looking at you through the woods. But see, that looks like a gray.
Yeah, I know. But here's the thing. There's still another part of this. That was on August. When I went back through here, the same area. This is still the Field of Dreams area, on September 9th, 2015. So this is a couple of weeks later. And I walk past this spot, and I do the same thing. I turn around. I start walking back. Okay, so here's some screenshots on the next one past the video that shows you some. See how it changes? So there's 4 different shots that I took.
Yeah.
But then I took another picture 2 weeks later. I was coming back through here. Now this is blown up. This was slide 10. This is, I'm looking at this picture and I immediately see this dark being on the left side of this picture. And then I don't know if you see that, but,
yep.
But anyway, I'm looking at this. I'm looking a little bit closer. And then all of a sudden, here's the problem is that because of the sunlight and the colors, things are blending together. So you got this very slight, you're the blurring of the 2 colors of the greenery and things like that. But then I'm looking in my eyes. I train my eyes basically to look at these pictures very closely, and I'm looking over to this. Standing over here on the right side of this, and this is what I circled in white. And if you look very closely, you can see a being standing there. There's a being, an ET-like being standing there wearing clothing, and a tall, almost like a, kind of reminds you of Mother Mary or something standing there in a cloak.
Well, the one on the right kind of reminds me of Yoda.
Yeah.
Kind of like the bald head, and I see the pointed ears coming out, but I mean, that's just my mind trying to rationalize what I'm seeing.
Well, I try to, the next couple of slides, I actually try to show, my daughter did an artist's conception of what she is seeing there, kind of roughly. And this is pretty much what you're seeing there, with the photo comparison.
Oh, yep. So, there it is. Profile picture. There you go.
Yep, and I drew a circle around the body, and there's another young one that's pointing his finger at me that's right below her, in front of her. But I say her because I'm actually seeing something that looks female. Maybe it's just what I'm able to see or whatever. But sure. It looks like white hair with some kind of wrap around the head or something like that. But all of a sudden, when I walked back, I took this picture, and I think that I see a surprised look. I'm like, oh my God, I'm coming back, and when I walked past it, and then I came up, they were gone. It was just like they appeared and then they disappeared. These aren't humans. They came in. They come in and leave that area. The large one that you just saw a video of, that's within 20 feet from these people 2 weeks later.
That's incredible. I mean, yeah.
All within 15 feet of the portal.
Yeah, that video, I'm looking at it, and you definitely see something like a gray. I'm going to call what I think it is. It looks like a gray, classic gray, with the rounded head, the big eyes, taper down. You can see his mouth, and you see his ridge line, and he's looking right at you.
Yep.
That is crazy. And I guess the thing is, I'm trying to see, because you are moving around. I'm trying to see if you shift, it looks like you're just moving, but you're not actually.
I am moving.
Well, no.
Yeah, the camera is moving. It took a little bit of work to actually stabilize the image, because of the fact I am moving the camera, and I'm not focused on that because I don't know it's there.
But what I'm saying is that you're not actually like walking. The camera's just moving in your hand. So now it's gone.
Yeah, I am walking slowly through there, and I'm actually got that camera in my hand. So it's moving around a little bit.
Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah. Because I see the position. I'm trying to see like your angles? Like, am I starting to see a different angle on the tree? Well, there I am, and now you're at a different angle.
It is. Matter of fact, as I'm walking past it, it actually has to move behind the tree. So I'm coming to the tree.
Yeah.
I am actually going around the tree, and it's moving past behind the tree.
Yeah. Now I see
that I can't see it. Yeah.
Wow. Well, hey, look, I looked at the video, and if I was told, hey, what are you looking at? I would say I'm definitely looking at a classic gray. Looking back at you, not looking at me because I wasn't there, but they're looking back at you, man. Now, all right. So are you still living in your trailer?
I'm still living like within a quarter mile of this spot, and I'm in a cabin.
You're in a cabin.
And
have you had like any physical? Because, one of the things my reading, the Sasquatches, they like throwing rocks at people.
Oh, we've had multiple experiences. I will say the community, about the time I moved here, most of them kind of like, and Bigfoot, and, everybody liked the idea of Bigfoot because, I will give you some stats. Pierce County, Washington is number one, is ground zero for the number of sightings for Sasquatch in the entire country. And that's followed by King County, which is where Seattle is at. Okay. So, and I would say Greenwater is probably ground zero for a lot of the stuff that's happening here. And people who moved here, we've had people that didn't believe it, and then all of a sudden two of them walked across the main highway, and it shook up one guy that was living in one of the cabins, and it totally shaked his reality. They keep appearing to different people around here. So it's just not me and Barb. It's just happening to a lot of different people.
Yeah. Is this the one case where the guy was driving home and the Sasquatch walked in front of him, and then the truck driver about a mile down the road later? Same incident where a truck driver was driving and saw the same creature or the supposed creature?
Well, I did called the Sasquatch Highway Sighting. I did an article, wrote that article about in Greenwater that became had about 4,000 shares on Facebook back about a month ago.
Yeah.
About 2 months ago. Yeah. So it was a very large stride. It 1 foot was on one side of the road. The second foot was past the middle line. And then third foot was clearly across the road. So you're talking about a good 6 foot stride or 4 or 5 foot stride or something like that. Enough to cross the highway like that. So it had been pretty tall. So you're talking about mid 15 foot, 18 foot, something like that. Some unbelievable size. So
that's crazy. I mean, and they appear and then they disappear. It's just like they're coming in and coming out. And people are going to go look in the woods and think, well, we're going to go hunt, You're not going to find them. They're just not going to be there. It's always on their terms. It's not on your terms if they want to have contact with you. Sure.
They'll bleep in or bleep out because it's very, we had, one of our researchers, has a spot down in Oregon and has regular contact with them and has seen the cloaking aspect to the degree. They have a little dog. Don't know what breed it is. It's a very small miniature dog. And the researcher would wake up in the middle of the night and shine a flashlight, and all of a sudden you see this dog. And he's on his hind legs, but he's leaning forward. And you see his paws up on something, but there's nothing there. The dog is leaning forward with his front paws like it's on something, and he's wagging his tail. And then one time, the dog is seen kind of coming towards him, but not being on the ground, like being lifted up, being carried over to the researcher, to be put, So, I mean, I would get into more of it. The person could speak more on that himself. This is one of the people I associate with, Dr. Matt Johnson.
Wow.
And, there's a lot of information on his research as well on Team Squatchin USA, which is a Facebook group.
Okay. Now I'm looking at this single foot now behind the tavern. I'm in the snow. And
okay.
All right. Yeah. So my question is this. Do they sell those prints like the plaster and stuff? Do they sell those in the tavern area or anywhere like that?
You can get them at hardware stores. We don't have anything locally that would allow you to get.
Well, I guess my question is, I see this print, but with people being able to buy the plaster replicas and stuff like that, how do you know that this isn't just someone that's jerking you guys around?
Well, here's the problem: is what you don't see in this area is that this is fairly fresh snow, and that there's no evidence of any footprints anywhere near this one footprint, including human. So how in the world can you have a footprint and someone fakes something like that when there's no other footprints to fake it there in the first place?
Yeah, there's no path to I get you.
No.
Now, is this between big trees?
Yes.
Okay. So this is that example where you say they
in a tree. Yeah, in a treed area, and my foot looks like a little baby foot, but this is a size 10 shoe.
Yeah.
So it gave you some idea of because you can actually see the shape of the foot. You can actually see the toe, the big toe area, and the foot. It's got a very steep. The toe areas they go very steep as you get towards the small toe. Okay, so.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to weed out. I'm just putting on my critical hat and thinking, but yeah, if there's no path going in or anything like that.
Some of the other evidence is I showed Barb. There's a small creek that runs through the field of dreams on the side of it, and it goes down into the main Greenwater River. And so real close to the gifting areas that she used and at the time. And I came across this bridge, this structure over the bridge. And this was not done naturally. And I showed her this, and I said, actually, it's on here. It's the slide after the foot. And she said, I didn't see this. This wasn't here a few days ago. I said, yeah, I just came across this. This is very bizarre. I mean, because what you find with these structures, and that's a whole nother discussion, is we're finding geometric patterns. They like to put X's out. Sometimes they do asterisks. Sometimes they're horizontal structures. Sometimes they're vertical structures, And then we're even finding glyphs on the ground. So when we're walking, we'll actually see intelligent, looks like caricatures of kind of like Chinese characters, but something that looks like a house, and it's very, very intelligent patterning going on with some of this. Like a petroglyph.
Do you have pictures of those?
I don't have it on here necessarily. I have it on one of the things I have the Facebook group that anybody can join, which is also called Planet Sasquatch. I'm a closed group with a number of members. Anybody can join that if they wish, and I have a number of researchers, including myself, where we actually post a lot of these pictures directly. And I found a gigantic X down one mountain road the other day, and I posted it. So. That's one of the sources I have for information, not just the YouTube channel, but the Facebook group. There is another person he's trying to use my name, and
I see it. They had 80. All right. So what one should I join?
Yeah. The one that has more members.
It doesn't tell you. There's one that has 82 members, and then there's the other one that says closed group.
Yes, mine is the one that doesn't have the asterisk around it. The quote marks around it.
All right. No, so
we're the one with 300 and some on it. Yeah.
All right. So I just joined.
Okay.
Because I am there. I want to get on an airplane and I want to come out to the field of dreams.
That's why a lot of people, they want to check this. You know what's so bizarre about that actually is it's an area where the trail that goes through there is a commonly used trail by the local folk.
Yeah.
They go up and down that trail all the time. It isn't like, but the thing is, nothing happens if someone's just simply going through there.
Well,
but
go ahead.
You know, if someone, however, if like in my case, I go there and I'm hoping nobody goes through there, but I'm there and meditating and playing my flute, and there's a ridge there where they will communicate with us. They will actually, you hear the clacking of wood, and sometimes it's a really loud clacking. Not necessarily like taking a wood and banging on a tree. It's more like a clacking sound.
Sure.
And sometimes a snapping sound. And it's very bizarre. It's very bizarre. One time we walked up just the other day, and we had a fellow walking around this ridge, which is and we heard the sound of, it's the best way I could describe it was that it's a very narrow ridge, and sometimes I wonder if there's something in there like a cave or some kind of hollow that, or you hear the sound of footsteps, and it's like someone coming up from the bottom of a basement, walking up with really heavy feet up a wooden staircase, coming up from the basement, and you hear that stomping noise, and it's louder and louder, like it's coming up from the stairs.
Sure.
It was a very bizarre sound coming from there. And at other times we've heard mechanical turning sounds up there and stuff like that. So I'm never fails to amaze me that something is going to happen there. Every time I go up there, I'm always hoping, and I'm not giving the impression these things happen all the time. These pictures I'm showing and some of the things and these bizarre things that are happening is only because I go out there a lot, and these are the times that it does happen. You know, those different times. But, it's just going out there frequently and being able to experience these things is the key, you know, making, it's business as usual. They're used to me being here. And every once in a while, something's coming through a portal or, and actually the thing that I haven't mentioned yet, which goes into a whole nother level, is, we talked about the hominid creatures. We talked about the Sasquatch. We always make the assumption that an intelligent creature, including ETs, are going to be our height. 6 foot tall, 5 feet tall, 6 foot tall. But we already know that there's giant skeletons that they're trying to hide, that there's huge huge beings.
Yep.
What about the other direction?
Yep.
Hominid beings that are only a foot tall, 6 inches tall? I will tell you, I have pictures. And my first shock came after I took a picture of one Sasquatch, which was down probably near the bottom of the slides.
Is that the juvenile Sasquatch?
No, I'll have to look here real quick. Let me...
It's right underneath your bridge.
Okay, I didn't... Oh, no, it was actually above the footprint. So right above the footprint, the slide number 14. This is a bona fide Sasquatch you're looking at. With the hair, the face is in the middle, you see. There's actually a baby it's holding. You can actually see the baby's face over to its right side. And you can see the nose and the eyes and the forehead and the ear. And, I'd had pointed out to some people, but it's, when I took this picture, and I'm debating about how big this really was, but then I looked at the picture, and what I don't have here is I found a picture between the branches in one part of the photo where it looked like people. There were people standing there, but they weren't very big. We're talking about a few inches tall. There was a group of people. They looked like something out of the 70s because they had that kind of hairstyle. There was clothing. And I'll probably start posting that. I need to start doing it on my blog site to start talking about the little people. But then I noticed this was a different area about 12 miles away. And I said, wow. It was back in December of 2015. Then I went back to the Field of Dreams. I was taking some pictures, and all of a sudden I caught, I always look at my pictures. I always examine them because you never know you're going to find something, you miss it. And then I'm honing in on this fern plant that's up on this ridge where I hear a lot of stuff taking place. And then I'm looking in, and I says, oh my God, there's something standing there that has a kind of a gold helmet on. And there's another creature standing next to it, but it's only a few inches tall. And I did a comparison picture later on, which I try to do so I can tell people it's not a, it was just something else. The comparison picture shows it's not the same thing there anymore. So whatever was there was gone now. But it definitely, when you start zooming in on it, you can actually see this goldish helmet, and you can actually see a face. You can actually see a body. And this is not there have been numerous times where I actually caught very small creatures like that, or what I call hominid creatures that actually look intelligent. So, what I have to do is just do the photographic research and actually do the comparison photos and start doing some start learning a little bit of the background about the legends, because that's where it all starts, is when you start paying attention to mythology and Indian legends, because truth is stranger than fiction. And a lot of these things actually have their basis in truth.
Yeah. Well, and that was actually going to be one of my questions for you, is obviously you have an Indian tribes. I mean, what are the Indian tribes? Because, they're not writing books and they're not trying to get on. And I know a lot of people will say, especially with these types of subjects, oh, we're just trying to sell books, or we're just trying to, whatever, or, TV shows on Sci-Fi or Animal Planet. I mean, what are the native Indians? What do they have a name for Sasquatch? Do they have a name for these creatures? And what are they saying? Well,
actually, the what we termed as Bigfoot, the Sasquatch, is actually the name that's coined by the Indians, especially in the Northwest.
Okay.
The Pacific Northwest is just dotted with all sorts of Indian tribes. The one that we have closest to us that actually had bought a lot of land near Greenwater, that's like 90-some-odd thousand acres, and just repurchased that from the forest, some of the, timber companies. They have their oral traditions. So it's the Muckleshoot tribe. And what I'm finding out is I try to find information from, and there is some information, even though they do the oral tradition. That's why it's so hard to find written stuff. But I did find one mention about that every Indian tribe seems to have confirmation that they acknowledge these as bona fide beings. That they're real. They call them like a different tribe, like the Sasquatch tribe or something. They just acknowledge it as a different tribe of people. And at one point, there's one tribe up along the coast of Washington. Then the Quinault tribe, I believe. It's on the peninsula, Olympic Peninsula. They actually have. They respect certain fishing rights. They don't go in certain areas because it's their area, for fishing. And I believe something that had to do with gifting them, the salmon and stuff like that, making a tradition of gifting them salmon to keep the peace so that they don't intrude on their area, for instance. And matter of fact, we've had Sasquatch even on the ocean. We have there's a yearly conference that goes on down in Ocean Shores, Washington, called the Sasquatch Summit. This will be, I think, third or fourth year, in November 18th. And we've already, there's legends about different people that have had interactions. If you go into the undeveloped areas of Ocean Shores where they allocated plots of land, we've had bushes. The brush has grown up quite a bit, and they're very thick. And it's insurpassable for a human, But when we went and investigated this and actually went into certain areas where there were some sightings, we're finding tunnels. There are tunnels that go through these bushes where they go through. And what happens is they migrate from the mountains during the in the wintertime. they'll be at the beach. But when the summertime, because of the number of people that come in the summer, they migrate to the mountains. So they go back and forth. In the wintertime, when there's hardly anybody there, that's when they're there. And it's very convenient to just go on the beach and actually get shellfish and things like that for their nutritional needs before they head back in the mountains.
No, I mean, I was going to ask you. I mean, are they it sounds like they're not vegetarian.
I think it depends on the group, and even though we've seen an area near where we're at, we'll call the dining area. Barb took us out. The first time I went out, she took us out in the dark. We went out in the woods at night.
Yeah.
And it was Halloween, and it was the first experience getting over the fear of going out in the woods at night. I mean, it's one of the basic fears we have to conquer. And so she takes us down this one narrow, steep thing. We come up, and then she brings us to the stump that has all these bones on it. There's skulls, and I mean, it's all the elk. And it says, what happened here? And it said the elk didn't die here. Something was actually eating the elk there, and you've seen the positioning of the bones and everything. It just literally freaked me out. I think that was but we haven't been to that area. We know that they do get, I think occasionally they do it for the protein. Normally what we're finding out is they're more prevalent, like we have salmon runs. The salmon will run at certain times of the year, and they come back, to spawn near like September. And that's where they'll come down for their protein, because they won't do the peanut butter thing, because they'll get their protein from the fish. So, we're starting to see some eating patterns and things like that associated with that.
Now,
also,
have you,
a lot of, yep.
Have you, I mean, with eating and stuff, obviously there's got to be scat or something like that. I mean, droppings. Have you guys seen any of that or evidence of it?
I've seen, I personally don't research scat, so I don't make a habit of trying to figure out what's what. I do know that one of the researchers I referred to, Dr. Matthew Johnson, he did a presentation in the Triad Theater in Yelm, Washington, and he had a display case, and it was scat from the Bigfoot. It was this very long string. I mean, the thing was at least, I kid you not, about 3 or 4 feet long. I mean, it was a continuous.
Yeah.
So,
and for those that don't,
very
Google.
Human.
For those that don't know what scat is, go Google it. I'm not gonna. Well, maybe we should tell. It's poop. Let me just. I don't want you Googling it, because God knows what you'll see.
It's very human. It's very human-like, but more voluminous.
Yeah, I remember listening to a show. I believe it was either John B. Wells, or it was an old, I don't listen to George Norrie, or it was an old Art Bell, but there was a lady with her 3 daughters or 2 daughters who the Sasquatch lived and actually protected them. Like, she would be washing dishes and he would be sitting there looking in the window. And then when other creatures got close, he would like run them off. Almost like, the way that she told the story is that he was very protective of her and almost treated her. And it was funny because people go, well, how do we know to believe you? Or how do we know this is, and she goes, if you want to come over to my house and clean up the poop, you're more than welcome to.
And where was this?
I can't. I'm trying to find the old show, because this is when I was a skeptic, right? And I was like, yeah, right.
Oh, okay.
But what she said though was surprising, because it was so off the wall that it was believable. Because she was like, look, if you don't believe me, grab a shovel and you can come over here and clean up the poop that he leaves.
Well, we actually had someone came in the store, and the neat thing about Barb is still working at this general store. There's a book that we have in there that people can actually record their experiences, and it's full of people just recording things they've seen. We actually, and she was there, I believe, somebody came in and say they went down the one road and they came across this big pile, and it was the largest thing they ever seen in their life. And it couldn't have been bear or anything like that. It was just massive. And so those reports do come in every so often from our area.
Yeah, because, and I don't want to get, but a bear scat. I mean, in my days that I'm not really proud of, I was a hunter, and there is a humanoid, hominoid scat, I will say, is going to be different, and that's a tall tale sign than bear. I can already tell you, because of the way the intestines are and everything like that. And exactly what your science friend had, a 3-foot long piece, would definitely, denote some type of humanoid, or of hominoid, creature. So yeah, I don't want to go into the thing, but it's science. I mean, this is, I mean, we got to use what we got to prove. I mean, we only get so much, and we got to use what we can get to prove or disprove this stuff. So,
well, I'm going to have to get from the one thing I have to say, and this is when it comes to the area of proof. And when I started this out, there was an element of, well, we need to prove that Sasquatch exists. And so there's what are the different proofs? There's DNA, there's footprints, where they take, sightings. And, all of this really does exist. However, then you wonder, well, nobody's proved anything yet, supposedly. But the problem is the science is controlled. The scientist is just like any other subject that they don't want you to know about, like the giant skeletons and about the origins. Right? There's those efforts to block all the evidence. All the evidence is there.
Yeah.
And we don't really care about scientific, I don't care if I think the government knows fully well that they exist and everything, and it's just one of the pieces of information they suppress. But sometimes the scientists themselves, the old school, I call them the old school scientists, they like to prove things within a certain parameters, like within a box.
Well, I mean,
outside that box.
Samantha, I'm gonna flat out say is that I don't believe science anymore. And let's go. Yeah, I mean, I don't believe them. I really don't. And it's sad to say, because I've had guests on, like I had LA, you talk about giants. I had LA Mazzurli on the show. He showed a picture in Catalina Island. He showed a picture that he found the original picture of the gentleman who was standing next to a giant skeleton. Mm-hmm. Well, the museum did a dedication to this gentleman, this archaeologist, and they cropped out the skeleton. And luckily, LA had not a copy, but he took a picture of the original. So he was like, "Where's the rest of the picture?" And they're like, "Oh, well, we don't want to share." So that right there tells me that, even in science, even in earth science or in anthropology, they'll lie to you. So I get to the point now where I don't trust science anymore.
I think it is an extension of just the same as politicians. There's probably science is politicized as well, because there's an agenda or of there's a narrative.
Yeah. Well,
I want you to believe.
I had another scientist on here. He's a space writer. Zimmer. He was on the show just last week. They took a paper, a scientific paper. It was all gibberish. It literally was. They wanted to prove that science is no longer. It's profit driven. It's grant driven. So they actually produced a bogus scientific research. They sent it in for peer review. It got accepted as long as they put in $1,900. They sent a check for $1,900. This document, it was approved and accepted for peer review. So I don't, and I hate to say this, and I hate lumping. I'm not one, as you get to know me, I'm not one that likes to lump people into categories. But what's really sad is that these scientists are being bought and paid for, and they're no longer doing true science. They're doing pseudoscience, or they're doing grant science. That's basically it. And their research has to meet the outcome of whoever's paying them.
Yeah, it's always follow the money, and with everything in life, and it's something that, our discussion of Bigfoot could easily morph into a discussion about our society and about some of the other subjects that you probably have already. I mean, I'm very opinionated, probably along the same lines that I could spend a whole 4 hours talking about, the agenda.
Yeah, no,
with people and the globalists and all that stuff.
I am so glad you brought that up, because it is amazing. It is so amazing to know that you're enlightened. Not amazing. I'm so happy to hear that from you.
I think that what you'll find too, and this is the thing I'm noticing, is there seems to be a commonality between the people that have become the researchers like myself. We actually have become experiencers, and there's some effect. There is an effect on our minds, I think, that is coming from them, or coming from this area of research, that leads us all into this enlightened state, and we're all thinking the same way.
Yeah.
About what's really going on out in the world.
Well, it's really it's funny you say that, because I don't know what it is about this show, and maybe it's the nature of the fact that we just talk, right? We just have a conversation. But we've had doctors, we've had people that talk about not alternative medicine, but talk about, medicine and the poisoning of the food and stuff. And then they come out and they're like, they're awake. And it's like the conversation, by the end of the conversation, while they're here, the last 30 minutes is talking about how they know that the world's being run by globalist elites. They know that there's a Luciferian component to it. They know it's amazing. And I don't know what it is about my show that brings that out in people, but everybody. I had a martial arts expert on the show, and now granted, her boyfriend's David Wilcox, but she came out, we were talking about her martial arts experience and the fact that she's one of only a handful of females that are black belt in this style. And then she, by the end of the show, she was talking about her being enlightened. And we've had wonderful conversations since then. But no, it's refreshing to hear you say that you're. Oh yeah,
you're all I have to do is ramble off some names, and you know where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
David Wilcox, David Icke, Corey Good. Shall I go on?
No, I'm with you. It's funny. It was funny because she's dating David Wilcox, and I was so hard. I'm like, no, I'm not even going to ask. I'd love to get him on the show, but he's just, he's so busy and stuff. But I would never do that to a guest. But yeah, no, I'm with. It is refreshing to know that you're awake as well. And but I'm finding more and more Americans. I don't want to say Americans. I think more and more people are waking up. I talk to them on the street every day.
I think when you start seeing the political environment right now, you're starting to actually see that in mass.
Yeah.
This has been the strangest year. This whole thing with, and not mentioning names or anything with who's running, but it's very evident that they can't pull the wool over people's eyes much longer.
No.
On what's happening.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think people just got so disgusted with it. But, what really tears me up is the fact that, how do I say this? That people knowing what they know still go Well, I'm still gonna. I don't know. I tried to stay out of the politics. That was an old show. I used to have a very highly successful political show, and I got out of it because it was so. You want to talk about stressful? Yeah, well, it was so. You want to talk about at the end of the day, you just felt like you got beat up.
Well, I don't know how certain people like Alex Jones can, there's a lot of high emotions that go behind, trying to report some of the stuff. And I my personal route in dealing with things, actually, and I start diluting some things in my own writings, at least in this book, is just, there is a communication that takes place. And that's the one thing that I didn't get into is this whole, because of the psychic, I found that I'm very empathic. That I actually can feel, I can actually look in a person's eyes and actually interpret I've done, what they're thinking or what they're feeling. I've actually done some readings on people like that. And I think that all contributed to the Sasquatch propensity to becoming closer to me because they found someone that they can tune into a little bit better. I'm not the only one. I mean, they tune into other people too, but I definitely have developed some kind of rapport on a mental level with them. And then what they have been doing with me mentally is I'm starting to feel, that a lot of things are lifestyle, and I call it humans artificial world, because we live in an artificial construct on there, and that's actually what causes us to be under control by I call them the underlords. But the thing is, our whole lives from the time we're born to the time we die, we are controlled by the lifestyle that we were raised in. We're always told we need to be in a house, you got to pay for your bills, you got to go to the job, you got to do this, you got to do that. And we think that's normal, but it's all part of the control structure that forces us to be enslaved. And what the Sasquatch, I think, communicated with me is that this is not necessary for us. We need to start pulling away from the artificial construct and start reconnecting with nature. And it can't be done overnight. Rome wasn't built in a day. So this is a long-term process, but we have to start moving away from the artificial, from this planet, because we're destroying the planet too, based on the kind of, nuclear energy is very not clean. They don't know what to do with the waste. And you said the disaster of Fukushima is a gift that keeps on giving in the ocean. And they just ignore the problem.
Well, it's weird that you say that, though, but I talked with Stanton Friedman, who is actually a nuclear, and he was saying, don't be too concerned. And I asked him, I point blank asked him, I said, what do you think about Fukushima? Should we be worried? And he's like, no. He said, the stuff that's going on there, I mean, no one wants to pollute their own backyard. I mean, I'm a big fan of that as well.
Right.
I remember when I was in high school, I debated Al Gore at that time, Senator Gore, and they were talking about turning Oak Ridge into a nuclear storage facility. That's where it all came from originally, and turning it back as a economic thing. This is Al Gore saying this. A lot of people don't know that. And I just told him, I asked him, I debated him when I was in high school, as a senior in high school, and he came to our high school and we did a mock debate. And I just asked him for his address, and he was like, why? I said, because so I can take my garbage and dump it in your backyard. Because that's what you want to do to the people. I have friends who live in Oak Ridge, and I have friends there along Watts Bar in Tennessee, and that would have destroyed their ecology. And I just, so you're talking, I went after Al Gore and about destruction of it's all profit driven, but needless to say, I did talk to Stanton Friedman, who is, he's a legit scientist, and he shoots people straight. I mean, that's what he's known for in the UFO community. And he said, with his expertise and ongoing expertise, he said it's nothing to be worried about. A lot of it is more hype than what it needs to be. And you can hear it. I mean, actually, if you go to the Stanton Friedman interview, the first thing I asked him when he got on the air was about that. about Fukushima. Didn't even talk about UFOs for the first 30, 40 minutes. I went right into, should we be afraid? And, and like I said, that's one man's opinion, but
I'd be more subjective about it. And I mean, we have a localized version of that here in Washington State. It's called Hanford.
Well, yeah, we do too in Florida. I mean, we just released, I don't know how much radiation into the groundwater. It's already, that's already, they had we have phosphate mine.
Even with the dilution factor, I still can't feel that it's going to be very healthy for you in the long term.
Yeah. Yeah. I think there's other things that are going to kill you. I'm more concerned about the Monsanto and the genetic food
of course.
I mean,
there is all sorts of things that you could just make a list of everything that's just going wrong. And it's just garbage in all the time. And,
it's still that whole argument. I'm worried about Russia. I told some friends, we live here in the Gulf. When you see Russian ships in the Gulf, it's time to move inland. And they're coming, it's only a matter of time. I mean, there's some things that.
Well, I mean, what's one of the reasons why I'm not, other than the draw, I'm comfortable where I live and I still have a home in the city. But, and actually this is where I'm at. I got a good landline, to talk to you. So I do it in town in Tacoma. But, ask me where I spend most of my time. It would be out there at the cabin, because of the fact that, I don't know what's going to happen in the future, and I don't want to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. And if you know what I'm talking about.
I got you.
I think there's certain precautions that people need to take.
Yep.
Not to be an alarmist or anything like that, but I think everybody should prepare accordingly.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And I think you are in the right area, and I think the fact that you're developing this relationship with a different species is beneficial for you. I mean, I'm jealous.
It's actually helping the town people too. I mean, there seems to be it seems to be an effect on people, and I think it's helpful for that. The other thing too is, I know we got on that subject a little bit, but you brought up something interesting about UFOs and haven't seen that lately.
Yeah.
And I'm not foreign from that either, because along with these experiences, I've actually had 2 or 3 sightings myself, and for some reason it's like it comes with the territory. Even here in Tacoma, as we speak.
Share.
Look at the sky. I saw a silver sphere. I mean,
wow.
I've seen it was observing me, and then the minute I looked up, it wasn't moving. Then it would move behind the cloud.
Now it's funny you say that, because in our chat room, Debbie, if you want to share where you live, she's in our chat room every night. We've been helping her with MUFON. And every night there is let's see, she take a little bit for her because of the delay. She's there in Seattle or that area. Let's see if she gives me the town. She says you can set your watch by them. There's little orbs up in the sky, flying around above her house.
I wouldn't doubt
she's in Auburn.
Oh, Auburn. Oh, there you go. That's not very far from, the town and I've seen the other one in Enumclaw, which is, the field area that I was driving by on the main highway one summer day. I looked up, I saw a disc, and it had the 3 circular things underneath it, and it was the curved shape on the top. And at first I thought it was just a kind of balloon or something, and I'm looking, and it's very stationary, and it's up about 100 and some odd feet. Not a very big, not a very big thing, you see. But I'm looking around. The thing that was shocking to me wasn't so much about this UFO that was up above the road or the side of the road, 100 feet. It's just that nobody was paying attention to it. And I was looking at this thing. I'm looking around and nobody's noticing this thing that's hovering there. And obviously I wanted to pull over and take a picture, but I was on a busy highway without a shoulder to even get off on. And so I had to keep going. But, these things are happening more often. And I think that I have to tell you about this one bizarre incident that just tops pretty much almost everything I told you up to this point.
I am all ears, and since I shaved my head, I'm more ears tonight than I've ever been.
I don't know if it tops the portal, but I'm going to try.
Yeah, go ahead.
One of our campouts is in the same area that I initially camped. We actually returned to it this past year in 2015. It was September. And we met this couple and her daughter that was camping out, and come to find out they were just kind of like in between residences, so they were kind of like living there. And so he would come over. His name was John. It was actually the impetus of me writing the book in the first place, because that was the most important story that I started with. But John would come over, and we'd tell him that, he'd say, yeah, we're hearing these bear sounds and all that. And so then we'd start talking about the Bigfoot. And then all of a sudden it started clicking with him that what he was actually hearing was the Bigfoots were coming around by their camp, because they had been there for a couple of months already. So I was very intrigued with it. John seemed to have some ability to attract, and so we would go over, and even when our campsite was finished and we finished camping our little group, I still came out to that same area and would sit with them around the fire pit, in their little camp. And then they would say, yeah, they were just here. It says the night before there was a whole group of them up on the ridge, and there was 3 young ones that were, and then the girlfriend even confirmed that, So this started happening more and more, and I was hearing, sometimes I would hear something, but I wasn't seeing anything yet. And then I was in town one day in Greenwater, and the girlfriend says, she comes in and says, Sam, you need to come on out. You need to come out tonight. I said, why? I said, John's got something to show you. So what is it? I said, no, you got to come and see it. You got to come out tonight. Didn't know what in the world she was talking about. Maybe Sasquatch was going to come out and meet us or something. I don't know. So I head out there during the night. I head out there, and so I sit down, and he's sitting there on his chair, and he's got his head down and doesn't say a word. And then all of a sudden I hear the howls for about 15 seconds, and they stop. And he raises his head up, and he says, I asked them to do that. And I says, wow, that's pretty impressive, John. You actually got them to actually talk. You just meditated, and they started howling. And says, that's what you want to show me? I'm pretty impressed. And he said, no. And Kathy, I don't want to mention her name, but yeah, she, the girlfriend, has said, no, this is something he wants to show you. So he gets up and he walks over the side of the tent, and we go in the dark, toward the cars, which is parked in the road. And it's, this is actually pretty close to the blood moon time that happened in September, but it's still pretty dark and the moon wasn't up yet. So he's looking around the sky. I want to show you something. So he looks up, and we see the stars up above because it's a clear night. So he's there. So he takes his finger and he's pointing up, and he's helping me to see that little star over there like that. So he's helping to triangulate it, and then he's describing it, and I got a fix on what he's talking about. So I'm looking up. So yeah, I see it, and says, watch this. So he moves, he concentrates. He moves his finger from right to left, and that one, what I thought was a star, moves across the sky with his finger, like an Etch-a-Sketch. And then he moves his finger down in a U configuration, and all of a sudden that white star moves in a U configuration. And then he moves his finger off from right to left, and it just disappears. It just takes off. And it moved according to his fingers. And I'm thinking, well, I got my jaw open. I'm thinking, oh my God. This says, I would have easily paid you $200 to see this one event. It says, I've never seen it. It said, this is so bizarre. Obviously, it wasn't a star. It was a UFO. He tapped into it somehow, and he controlled it with his finger, with his mind.
Wow. Has he been able to do this ever since, or no?
Well, here's the thing. He did it that night, that one time, to show me, and I'm just blown away. I'm just don't know what to think. The girlfriend tells me that, well, the last night or the night before, there was a couple that came over that was camped across the road there, and they were hanging out with him, and he did it 7 different times. And they were pretty much, they couldn't handle it. They had to leave. They couldn't handle it. So he did it the one time, but then had difficulty doing it again. And then they later told me that something happened, that he got up during the middle of the night and something felt like some kind of beam hit him, and he felt heat all over his body, aching from head to toe. And it was like his eyes were on fire. So something retaliated against him from there.
Said stop.
And then they were followed by a couple of orbs. They were up all night because there's this white and green orb that kept moving in close to them, and they'd near their tent, and they would get in the truck and it would go away again, and then they'd try to get out, and they had to sleep in the truck all night because something was amiss with that.
Yeah.
And then he told me stories about when he was a kid that he had the reason his mother gave him up, for adoption, because I asked him about, I really want to know where the heck he came from. And he said, Mom gave him up mainly because she didn't like the idea he was moving pencils from across the table.
Yeah, that would do it for most, especially, like you said, in the religious oppressed families.
Yeah, I mean, obviously. And then, I know this particular story sounds a bit fascinating, but I saw, and someone will dispute what I saw. I actually heard other eyewitnesses. I mean, the girlfriend, I saw it with my own eyes, tried to describe it to different people. And, that and with the video evidence that I have that you saw for yourself of the cloaking, you see this other creature.
Yeah.
I'm just not fabricating a bunch of stuff that's, can't be proven.
Yeah. That cloaking, and actually someone in the chat room who just joined was saying, why can't we see videos? And it's like, and I think you're right. Number one, this is the problem. And we have this in the UFO community. We have this in all the communities, is that there's so much disinformation out there. You don't know if you are watching a real video versus a fake one. So I don't really go hunting for Sasquatch videos anymore. But I will tell you this, the video of the fact that you see this creature, and for those that are joining us here kind of late, we're talking with Samantha Ritchie, and I posted, if you go to the YouTube, it says Barb, in the YouTube description, it says Barb Bigfoot video. Watch that video, and I'm not going to tell you. You go watch the video and you tell me what you see. And, because we've already discussed it for about 30 minutes during the first part of the show. And then there's other videos, of course, if you go out to, Samantha's, WordPress site, if it's called Planet Sasquatch.wordpress.com. And there is a video under show slides. Everybody, you will actually see an alien. Watch the video. And then once again, you tell me what you see. I already told you, let you report back to the home ship here and tell me what you see. And then we'll make that. But you're right. I mean, I had a real good ufologist, obviously, when you do the paranormal show. And before I saw my first UFO, I asked him, I'm like, why can't I see? Well, I haven't seen a UFO. I haven't seen the craft fly over my head. I've seen one, I think was an airplane when I was flying an airplane as a pilot. But I think I can dismiss that as an airplane that was in our airspace. And my guest said, well, how much time do you spend looking up? And I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, how often do you spend looking up into the sky? He goes, think about it. And I'm like, maybe a minute out of a day? He said, maybe a minute out of the day. He goes, where do you think the UFOs are? They're not going to be on the road, or they're not going to be in your yard. They're not going to be they're going to be up in the sky. You need to look up more. And it was funny though, because he said that, and the following week or so, when what happened was we were sitting in our backyard at a campfire, and the meteor shower, we're having a meteor shower, And I said, look, if you guys want to see a UFO, you need to look up. And you might see a UFO, but you're definitely going to see a meteor shower because it was happening. It was pretty cool, actually, the falling stars. And everybody was looking up at the same time. And that's when the ship came across our field of vision exactly at that same time. And we all 4 of us, I saw it first. I'm like, what the heck is that? Family show, try to keep it clean. And then Sandy saw it, but she was sitting, so she saw it. And then my 2 neighbors, they saw it and they're like, what is that? That is crazy. We've never, we're all like, and I'm reaching for Sandy's cell phone because mine was dead. I had no reason to have it. I was out, by the campfire. So I'm trying to unlock her phone, because it has a thumbprint. By the time I get the phone back to her, she gets unlocked. It's already moved past us. And, but I turned on the recording instantly and, recorded, got testimony kind of stuff. Like, what did you see? What did it look like? Where was it going? How high it was? And, and then I also left the recording on after, to catch because sometimes the best part of the conversation is the one where people don't know they're being recorded. Right. And so I left that on. And if it wasn't for that, I'd still be sitting here going, it's not that I don't believe in them mathematically. I have to mathematically say there's life out there, and I'm sure there's life smarter than ours, but I just never seen a UFO. Well, now I can tell you, I saw a UFO. It was,
and you're right about the perception of people. It's just, you can come out, and I've started doing that too. It's just on a clear night, especially where out in the cabin, out in Greenwater, for instance, out in the mountains where there's less light from the city, where you can actually see the sky better.
Yeah.
Just lay out there and look up the sky at least a good 30 minutes, and you'll see something that's very strange.
Well, here you go. We live right on the Gulf. I bought a 32-foot sports fisher, big boat. With the sole purpose of taking people out into the Gulf. Now, I'm a sailor. I've sailboats, and I've seen things in the sky that I can't explain. I'm not going to call them UFOs, but I can tell you that they're not like any aircraft that I know of, with my night vision goggles. So you're absolutely right. You have to get away from the water. We were going to take charters out, take people out. You pay for we go fishing during the day, and at night we sit out on the deck and we look with night vision goggles, and we look and you're 100 miles out in the middle of the Gulf. There is no other light around you except what you produce. Right. Mm-hmm. And you can see, you can see anything. You see satellites moving across the sky. it's that, but then you start seeing craft move at right angles and stuff. Just crazy things.
When they're zigzagging,
yes.
When you see something going across the sky at the same rate, yes. Yeah, but when they're like zigzagging, I don't think so.
Yeah, exactly. This is not a normal flight. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't have drones, though, because they do have drones. The reason why airplanes don't zigzag is because the pilot couldn't handle it. They get mushed. Their brains would get racked inside their skull. But if you're a drone, you can, and you're talking about, at higher atmospheres where you don't have the resistance, so you don't have to, you can do, and, perception too. It might be a short degree turn, but at that distance, it looks like a 90 degree, right? So I'll let people make their own determination. So we put that out there that we were going to do this. Hurricane Hermes. I tell you the backstory. We were going to run these charters. Hurricane Hermes comes through. Now, granted, we had a 12-foot storm surge. My boat is parked at the very end of inside the marina. So it's well inside the marina, parked there. My boat gets lit. My boat's the only one. Now, a lot of boats got flooded because of the rain and stuff. My boat gets picked up. It's a 10-ton sports fisher. This is a big boat. Lifted straight up, and the guy that was watching it, he said it was the damnedest thing he's ever seen. Gets literally picked up and sat on land. And he goes, I don't know how it did it, Jeff. He goes, I watched it. I watched your boat rise above all the other boats and all of a sudden get slammed onto the land, onto the dock to where it's resting on the dock. And then it's, also laying on part of the land. And, I'm sitting there going, oh, bad storm, blah, blah, blah. But more I'm thinking about it, I'm like, maybe someone didn't want me to run these trips, these charters. And they took my boat out. They did. I mean, basically the insurance company's like, we're not paying for the damage, because it wasn't out and it was parked, and so that it's a big fight right now. And it was caused by a hurricane and it was parked, though it wasn't out, at sea or anything like that. And the fact that we were rebuilding the engines to begin with. But, the engines got completely totaled. So now I got to replace them, which a boat like that, it's $20,000 an engine. Mm. Yeah. So like I said, I'm thinking about it and I'm like, maybe a higher being said, no, you're not taking people out to golf to look at us.
Well, the universe talks to you in strange ways.
It does. It does. Yep. Well, Samantha, talk about talk. We went 4 hours, my friend.
It went by pretty fast.
It does. I told you it would. I tell everybody that. Yep. It's like 4 hours. That's a lot. Well, it's the nature of the show. And there is so much more that we need to cover. I want to have you on. I want to talk about these humanoids, these small creatures I've been doing some research with LA on those things. And, I might have some, and I've got a really good friend who's an archaeologist who's also been doing some digging. And we might have some bones and some actual real life skeletal remains of these small humanoids. By the way, I just want to tell you that. And so when we do that show, I definitely want to bring you on and share with you your experiences and stuff. But like always, is there anything that we missed that we need to talk about before we say goodnight?
We covered a lot.
We did.
A lot of what I've currently been doing. Yep.
I like the fact, to be honest with you, this show, I didn't know how, this is our first Bigfoot show. And
I feel privileged then.
I'm privileged. The fact that you came on.
Yep.
I will tell you though that what I liked about this show is you didn't tell the standard Bigfoot story. I don't know if you realize that.
There's nothing standard about anything I got.
Yeah, but most people, the Bigfoot, and I think that's probably based on popular culture and TV and stuff. Yeah. But the story that you told and everything is not the standard Bigfoot. And, guys that are just joining, I don't know what it is. A lot of people joined in late tonight. Must be watching the Cubbies or whatever. And by the way, congratulations, Cubbies, for winning the game. And I guess now we're going to game 7. Go Cubs. But the fact that the cloaking and the pictures and how you explained, because I think you answered a lot of questions that a lot of people have, is why aren't we seeing more of these? And I think that we came to the same conclusion, is that these are, they're phase shifting and you really have to catch them off guard. And when you do catch them, they're as surprised as you are and stuff. So it's just amazing stuff. But, wow. I'll make sure that we have links. And if anybody's interested in Samantha's book, we do have a link on her page at our page, themidnightocean.com. And, the videos and stuff, of course, Samantha, I'll make sure that your WordPress page is linked up there as well. And we'll get those out there. But I would, guys and gals who are out there listening to us tonight, you have to go out to Samantha's WordPress page, go to show slides, and there is a video there. Watch the video and you tell me what you see, and we'll talk about it tomorrow when we reconvene here at the Midnight Ocean. So Samantha, once again, thank you very much. I appreciate you coming on and spending time with us.
I enjoyed it thoroughly.
All right. Take care. And I'll be in touch. I'll shoot you an email in a little bit after we shut down. All right.
Sounds good.
All right. Bye now. There you go. Samantha Ritchie, Sasquatch investigator. Like I said, you guys got to listen to the show. It wasn't the typical Sasquatch story. It was cool. I thoroughly enjoyed that. I was entertained. 4 hours went by quick. And as for a lot of you guys that are joining, as you can see, we have a Movember up there, the Movember banner up there in YouTube. And for what that is for those that don't know, the month of November is Cancer Awareness Week or month for males. That's right, guys. Don't feel left out now. We have a Cancer Awareness Month dealing with male testicular cancer, prostate cancer, things that affect the male. And what the program is, let me give you guys a little bit of background, is a good friend of mine, another fellow YouTuber, not a good friend, but a fellow YouTuber that I listen to. I feel like he's a friend. Gosh, I hear so much about him and, with his things. But Barnacules Nerdgasm, there's his thing. You can join his team, moteam.co/Barnacules Nerdgasm. That's on the thing. We also have a link to it in our video feed. But what it is on the first day of November, all men shave their beards. As you guys can see, my stripes are gone. The goatee's gone. Well, I took it one step further. And for those that always wanted to see what I had under my head, let me tell you, I have absolutely nothing. I shaved it with a little bit of Sandy's help. There you go. I normally am not bald, guys, but I shaved my head in honor of Movember. And so I just wanted to say, you guys don't have to go that extreme, but the goal is what you do is you shave your mustache or your facial hair and you don't shave for the rest of the month. And what happens is I thought that it would be cool. The reason why I did my hair is because now I'm bald and I'm normally not bald. So a lot of people are going to ask me, what the heck is going on? And I'm going to use that as a thing. Say, hey, look, it's for Movember to raise awareness for cancer research and also cancer prevention. So if you guys want to donate, instead of starting up a competition team or whatever, go out to Moteam. That's MOTEAM.co. There is no M, no com. It's .co. /Barnacules, BARNACULES Nerdgasm, NERDGASM, and click on that and join that team and make a donation, $1, whatever you can afford. That would be awesome. Make sure that you tell Barnacules that Jeff Norton sent you from the Midnight Ocean, because I would really love to get him on a guest. A great guy. His videos are hilarious, especially if you're a geek, and great YouTube channel. Him and Jay's 2 cents. But I like Barnacules because he's a little crazier than what Jay is. Jay's a little bit more serious. Jay's funny. Jay's 2 cents is the name of that one. Jay's pretty funny, but Barnacules is just, he's a nut and everything. So get out there and help support. It's a great organization, great cause and everything. Of course, tomorrow I did take videos of Sandy shaving my head and everything. I'll do a mashup after the show. We'll get that posted. And of course, we'll have all the links in there as well. So what a show tonight. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Samantha lived up to her bill. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I think what was refreshing about this show is it wasn't the typical Sasquatch party line. You heard the history and how it evolved into her ability to interact with these Sasquatches. Answered a lot of questions as far as why Sasquatches, they're pretty crafty creatures and stuff. So great show. Highly recommend it. Take a listen if you guys didn't listen to it in its entirety. And once again, get out there and support Movember. It's, can't say enough. If you've ever had a family member affected by this horrible disease called cancer, it is devastating. My father is dealing with it. Got, very close friend next door neighbor, Joe, I'm not going to say their last name. And also another, I call her my second mother. Her husband is dealing with it as well, Raymond. And I wish them, a speedy recovery, but it's just a destructive disease. And to see good, viable human beings go to waste because of this. My father's doing great, by the way. He luckily caught it in time, and things are going well for him. But, we have other friends who they're not going well. And it is a horrible, horrible disease. It just wrecks lives, before it kills you. So that's why Movember is such a big deal. And, if I knew by shaving all the hair on my body, it would save someone's life, I would definitely do it. So it's a little bit to do. Take a razor, shave it off, let it sit for a month. Hey, you guys that always wanted to grow a beard and your wives won't let you, it's a great way of doing it. Shave it off and you got a whole month where you don't ever have to shave again. And when people ask you, you say, hey, I'm part of the Movember Cancer Awareness for Male campaign, and tell them about it and stuff. And, hey, there you go. I just kept you from having to shave for a whole month. And at the end of the month, if you guys want to participate, I want to see what your beards look like and stuff. So that's about it. I wish you all very well. Great show. We got a bunch lined up for you. Don't think that we've been falling asleep here on our job here at the Midnight Ocean, but we do have some great guests coming up in the week. We got Jonathan Young, great folklorist, just incredible. He's going to be joining us on Wednesday. The other thing too is, check out our new radio broadcast, old time radio broadcast channel on YouTube. We just created a new playlist. We are putting up about 4 or 5 old time radio shows every day. These are about 30-minute segments. Now, what's really cool is we are going to be replacing our music that we play now. And that's part of the issue that we had audio wise earlier today. We're going to be replacing all of our music that we play during breaks with little 3-minute vignettes from the 40s and the 50s and the 60s. So it's our way of this. It's our time travel machine. We're going to take you back in time during breaks. Instead of just playing music, you're going to be able to hear old newscasts. You're going to be able to hear old history and tales from the dark side kind of stuff during that 3-minute break. So I look really, really forward to that. But like always, we have to say goodbye. And I just want to say, be well, be safe, but more importantly, make sure you are love. Be love.